Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Yo, what's up, everybody? Greetings and hello. It is Friday. I am stoked. We are here. It is big RPG hours. We're gonna get caffeinated. We're gonna get yapping. And we are gonna do some sailing. And we are gonna do some cruising. In both a figurative and a literal sense. I hope you're prepared for that. I am just pinging Discord really quick. And turning on my captioner. But I am otherwise prepared. Give me just a few more moments here. Backlog baby is actually napping. I can't believe it. He has usually become a wizard by this time. But he is napping, and this is very much a goal for him to nap at this time. So he's actually in his room right now, and I'm gonna let him nap until he wakes up and becomes a wizard. And you know, then I'll move him in here and put him in the swing like we usually do. But for now, this is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Sorry, talking is slowing me down from doing this, so just bear with me. But welcome in, early risers. I hope you're having a good Friday so far. I hope you've had a good week. And if you haven't had a good week, feel free to tell us about it. And I guess, you know, if it's been good, you can tell us about it too. I don't mean to sound prohibitive. You know, I've been thinking about some video games lately, which I realize is a silly thing to say once I hear it come out of my mouth. But what I mean by that is like some specific video games that I haven't thought about in a little bit. I've been missing my Mario Party time. I've kind of been jonesing for that. That low-key, chill, mindless grind of the single-player Mario Party thing. That's been sounding really nice lately. Also, I've been thinking about all of these games that I'm going to be streaming for the charity week. Especially Ocarina of Time, but all of them. They're all very, very nostalgic, very cozy games for me, which is why I chose them. It's no coincidence. But knowing that I'm going to get to play them soon is, like, got me really excited. Yo, what's up, Anakin? How you doing? Let's see here. Got my notes, got my sheets. We got a clipboard today. I bought some clipboards. Got my pen. Got my matcha. Let's get switched over, shall we? I'm going to turn this down just another hair. And then, oh, I just realized I need to switch the input on my TV. I was like, where's Suikoden? I'm looking at Smash Bros. Because my CRT is currently set up to look at the N64. So let me get Smash all the way set up here. You bought 4K 77 on Blu-ray. Wait, what? There's a 4K 77 Blu-ray? That can't be legal. But also, how do I get one? eBay. Okay. Interesting. Is it a bootleg that's made by the community, or is it a bootleg that's made by the people who made 4K 77? Yeah, I'm very familiar with 4K 77. I love 4K 77. I just didn't think that there would ever be a physical release because of how litigious Disney is. And that they wouldn't want to risk that. But I guess if it's just some random eBay seller bootlegging it onto a Blu-ray, there's not a whole lot that could be done. But if it was the people who made 4K 77 selling like their quote-unquote official Blu-ray, I would be surprised. Okay, Smash is set up. Yeah, I've seen all three of them, Anakin. I have them on my hard drive. I'm very familiar with what they are. Just the thought of there being a physical edition is shocking. Okay, let's switch over to this. Welcome in, everybody. Why can't we see the game? Oh, I see why we can't see the game. 1 second. No problem here. Just pressing L in Earthbound. No problem here. There we go. Yeah, I'll have to take a peek into that later on. It would be nice to have those physically, but it would also feel strange. It's really weird when a fan community has to, like, engage in revolutionary activity to wrest control of a creator's art back from the creator themselves. It's really interesting. Like, I can't think of a lot of instances where that has happened. I'm trying to think if maybe there's like a musician that like remastered their, you know, first album or their old recordings or something and like won't let the original versions exist or something like that. That probably exists somewhere, but I can't think of anybody. Oh, I want to make sure that this is all good. It's not. 1 second. Why is that not working? It says it's working, but it's not. This is working. That's so weird. Why? This has been happening lately where specifically things on my Stream Deck, there we go. Things on my Stream Deck that need to insert messages into chat don't work right away when the Stream Deck loads up. And I have to, like, wake it up. But, like, everything else is working. You know, like, I'm switching scenes on my Stream Deck just now. I'm muting and unmuting the mic. Like, all of that's working as soon as I start it up. But then when I go to turn on that thing that sends the wheel out, it has to put a message into chat in order for it to work. Because I have a totally separate application and bot that does it. It doesn't work. It hasn't been working right away when I first load up OBS, or when I first load up the Stream Deck software. It's really strange. Yeah, Spielberg did change E.T., but like that's such a smaller change, right? Like yes, I agree that it was a dumb change and the movie is better off not being changed, but it's so much less significant than what was done to the Star Wars original trilogy. So like I would never, like if the only version you could get of E.T. had radios instead of guns in like that one scene, you know, whatever. It would just be like a fun piece of trivia that you could like tell people about. Like, oh, did you know that those were originally guns and they changed it because it was considered controversial? And like thinking about 2002, like that is a very reasonable time to have changed it. Like it was probably because of Columbine and public sentiment. Like that makes sense. It makes sense to not point guns at children in a movie in 2002. So, like, yeah. But yeah, like changing it back for the original, for like a definitive release years later, thumbs up. Great job, Spielberg. You know, whatever. But yeah, Star Wars, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. Those movies are so important to me, and I love them so much, but it sucks that I have to be so, like, pearl clutchy about, like, which version people watch. You know? Like, and it's so hard to ride the line between being, like, gatekeepy, like, actually gatekeeping people, and being, like, you know, like a truth sayer or whatever you want to call it. Like, I don't want to tell people, oh, you can't watch Star Wars unless you watch the original version because those are bad and you're going to get the wrong first impression of Star Wars, you know, whatever. Like, I don't want to do that because that's gatekeeping, but also, like, I do feel that way. Like, I do wish that everybody could watch the original unedited versions. But you, like, the amount of hoops that person would have to jump through to see that compared to, you know, just pulling it up on Disney Plus or buying a DVD or a Blu-ray is a lot. But luckily, you know, 4K 77, 80, and 83 exist, and it's considerably easier. But consider, like, convincing a first-time Star Wars watcher to go out of their way to watch those specific fan restored versions is probably pretty intimidating for most people, and they're gonna be worried, like, oh, am I getting sent down like a weird Star Wars fan rabbit hole like before I even start being a Star Wars fan? I've had that happen to me before. You know, where like somebody really wants to like hold your hand and dog walk you into a media franchise because they really, really like it and they want you to really, really like it too. Like, oh yeah, you need to play these video games, but don't listen to anybody else, only listen to me, and you're gonna play this game first, even though it doesn't seem like you should play this game first, and then after you play this game, you gotta read this little thing that's like a manga, you know, like, and they're like curating and like dog walking you through this media franchise to make sure that you get into it, but get into it in like exactly the right way. And you, as the receiving end person of that, like a lot of times you're just kind of like, I changed my mind. I don't want to be a fan of this anymore. I don't want to, or I don't even want to see if I'm a fan of this anymore. I don't want to try it. You know, you'll scare them off. You'll scare them off from Star Wars altogether, possibly. Oh, well, don't watch it on Disney Plus. You got to watch 4K 77. You got to go to this website and download it. You know. But when I screened all three of those in Jackie's Discord last year, I guess technically, last calendar year. She was nostalgic for the original trilogy and wanted to rewatch them. And I was like, we are only watching these versions. Jackie Soar. She's just another streamer friend of mine. And I'm pretty active in her community. She wanted to watch Star Wars original trilogy. And I was like, I will not allow this community to watch the special editions. And luckily there's a lot of other Star Wars fans in the community, so they were like very supportive. They were like, ooh, yes, let's watch the theatrical releases. And I was like, let me tell y'all about 4K 77. And they were all like, whoa, this is cool. So we watched all 3 of those last year. It was great. 4K 77 is especially good. 4K 80 and 4K 83 are great, but they're definitely not as good of... Like, they didn't have as good of a film reel to work with, clearly. Because the scans are just as good, but there's more, like, artifacting and inconsistencies and color issues where they had to splice from different film reels and stuff like that. 4K 77 is, like, really high quality, really consistent. They got a really good copy of that one to photograph. Okay, we're yapping about Star Wars. I said we were going to game today. We are going to game today. Let me get a sip of this matcha. I'm drinking out of a jar today. I got my fancy pants on. That's not true, actually. I'm wearing shorts. I always wear shorts. That's also not true. I don't always wear shorts, but I usually wear shorts. They're comfortable and easy to wear. Okay, pause this music. And normal display mode. I got my sound on the wrong speakers. I gotta turn my speakers way down because Pikmin is so quiet for some reason. That's still way too loud. Holy moly. I cannot believe that Backlog Baby is still sleeping. This is incredible. This is unprecedented. This is usually about how long he needs to be in the swing before he calms down and is ready to not be fussy. And he's just napping. Okay, so we're gonna do a recap of what happened last week when we streamed, and then we're gonna get rolling here. Last week was good. We did a little bit of dilly-dallying, but we mostly did story progress last week. Most of the dilly-dallying was done 2 weeks ago. So, we started last week in Razoril. We made it there, and we were going... Oh, nothing went wrong with 4K 80 and 4K 83, Anakin. It's just that the nature of the project is them finding an original film reel of the theatrical releases and then scanning them in 4K. And because of the nature of film that is that old, it degrades to a certain point depending on how it's stored and everything like that. And so not every copy is going to be the same, and they're very hard to find because George Lucas tried to destroy them all. So I just mean that, well, both the DNR and the no DNR versions are made from the same film reels, Anakin. So it's not a problem with their process of re-photographing the film and doing like post-processing on it. It's a problem of the film reel itself. So the copies of Empire Strikes Back theatrical version and Return of the Jedi theatrical version that they obtained just aren't quite as pristine as the copy of Star Wars that they obtained. That's what I'm saying. The restoration work they did is top-notch, bar none. There are no problems whatsoever. It's just that the actual original film masters that they used were just like of slightly less like, not quality is not the right word. They weren't preserved quite as perfectly as the copy of the first movie that they used, because obviously they can't just go out and buy a film master of the theatrical version of Empire and Jedi, right? They have to find them somehow, and it's very like backdoor sneaky because people aren't supposed to have them. So there's only so many of them out there. So they got the best ones that they could. They're just not perfect. And the copy of 77 that they got is near perfect. So they used the same high quality process to restore all 3 of them. But the product of 77 is better because the original film master that they got was better. That's what I was trying to say. What's up, Smash? How you doing? Nice to see you. That's true. We might get around to some dawdling today. Speaking of dawdling, actually, I owe the stream a wheel spin from Tuesday. We had a wheel spin that came in during bottle time when I was talking about the charity stuff, which we're going to talk about again today during bottle time, and I kind of forgot about it. So I owe Holy Gad and the rest of you a wheel spin. We will do that today. Is 4K 77, 80, 80, and 83 better than the despecialized editions? I've never seen the despecialized editions, but I would err on the side of yes, just based on the nature of the project. But I would have to look into it further to say definitively. But I don't know how the despecialized editions could be better, because the process that they used for 4K 77 and the other two was extremely thorough and painstaking. But it could also just be a matter of preference. It depends on people how people want to watch them. I also don't watch stuff in 4K. Like, all of my displays that I watch stuff on, with the exception of this TV that's right in front of me, are not 4K enabled. I don't own anything that outputs 4K. So I'm watching these Star Wars movies in 1080p. Maybe there's a big difference when you're watching on a massive 4K display and like side-by-siding. There's a lot of weeds to get into there, but I think they're great. Okay, we started last week in Razoril with the plan to take it back, which was a big moment. We kind of did a lap around town, talked to everybody, got a feel for how everybody's feeling. You know, how are the people of Razoril feeling about their occupation by Kuluk? There were a lot of people inside the Knight Academy that appeared at first to be citizens who were like taking refuge, or maybe were like held captive by Kuluk. But instead it turned out that they were amassing there because they were resistance wannabes. They were like common people who didn't have combat experience, but they wanted to find some way to participate in the uprising overthrow of the occupation. So that was cool. We went around and talked to those people. And once we kind of went through the academy and talked to everybody, we got a couple of recruits. We stepped out, and we ran into our good old buddy, Sarcasm, Lord Vingerhut. Lord Vingerhut is the father of Snow, our former friend and adoptive brother, essentially, who Lord Vingerhut, his father, basically owns the entire island of Razoril, and therefore the Knight Academy as well. And he's not a good guy. He tries to like repel us, like our party, from taking back the island with his like private bodyguards, and everybody kind of like rallies around us and is rooting for us, and they kind of like spit on him figuratively, which is great. And then he just kind of runs away with his tail between his legs, which was awesome to see. Hey, Dur, how you doing? Yeah, we're gonna have some fun today. We're gonna have some fun today, absolutely. I hope you're doing well as well. Then we get a scene with the evil council, we'll call them today. Troy, Colton, and Cray. They're always in this like boardroom. We don't know where it is. But they talk about the King of Kuluk, who we've not seen yet. But apparently the King of Kuluk wants the Rune of Punishment that Laszlo currently has, to offer to the nation of Harmonia, who was mentioned for the first time, but we know from other Suikoden games, in exchange for like military support. So that was a very telling moment. We learned a lot just in that one sentence. First of all, we learned that Harmonia exists. We learned that Kuluk has a king. We learned that the nation of Kuluk has some type of partnership that is possibly diminutive and like deferential to the nation of Harmonia. We also now know that the King of Kuluk, who wants this rune, doesn't really understand how it works, which has been a common thread with everybody that has tried to obtain the rune. They think it's something that you can like hold in your hand and like take away from somebody and use for yourself. But we obviously know that that's not how it works. But I guess it was just interesting to know that this like really, really high up person that's trying to get the rune and has been like manipulating people to try to get it for him doesn't also seem to understand that. Like I could see the King of Kuluk understanding how the rune of punishment works, but misleading his underlings to think that it is more concrete. You know, like lead them to believe that it's a physical thing that they can take away and bring back to him, only for them to find out that they kill the person who has it and get it on themselves and then return to him, and that's the way that he gets it, right? You know, that's kind of what I would have suspected, was for him to be a more puppet master manipulator, but I guess I'm engaging in a little bit of meritocracy there and assuming that the king is a really, really smart guy. But it was insightful, nonetheless, to learn that he also doesn't understand how this rune works. It doesn't seem like anybody understands how this rune works, and that has been like the crux of this story time and time again. That's how the whole thing with Razoril at the beginning happened. They thought that, you know, we manipulated the rune to kill Glenn. Okay, then we learn a little bit more about Kray's background. Graham Kray, he's like a military general, but he's also the head of Kray Trading Company, and like some front organizations that are like pirates. And he came to a place called El Eel, which is a new location name, with the Kuluk governor for common interests. We don't know who the Kuluk governor is. I don't think. We have seen him before, and his name is just Governor, but we don't really know much about him. He's appeared in a couple of these boardroom scenes. He wasn't in this one, and we'll get to why. But Kray says that he went to El Eel with the governor because they wanted the same thing. And then we later get a scene where Colton and Troy are talking to each other. They're like... Colton is like Troy's second in command / advisor type person. He's an older guy. Troy is younger, but Troy is this like big military leader. And he's the one kind of like level head amongst all of the Kuluk, as it seems. You know, the governor is kind of wacky and wild. Kray is definitely super wild. He kind of has Luca Blight vibes. But Colton is talking to Troy, and he says, I think something's going on with the governor. I think that Kray has either found a way to remove the governor from the picture or is trying to get him out of the picture. He suspects that, and he says that to Troy, and, you know, therefore us, the player, we get kind of let in. You know, he's kind of implying that there's foul play, but he doesn't really say anything specific. I also wrote down that Colton and Troy are each in charge of a fleet that are stationed at specific places. Colton is in charge of something called the Second Fleet, and they are at Obel, which is where we're going to go today. We're going to take back Obel. And then Troy is in charge of the First Fleet, but we don't know where they're stationed. Then we are shown that somebody is spying on Troy and Colton. It's pretty easy to assume that it's probably somebody working for Kray, because Kray is emerging as like the most evil person. Oh, this is a bit of an aside, but the Gaian ship that we saved during the ship battle to take back Razoril, and then we, you know, released Snow for a second time, unwittingly. The ship that we saved during that battle, we permanently recruited. So it was actually a consequential thing. It was very cool. The first time I fought them, that ship got destroyed once the ship they were supposed to be helping realized they were mutinying and joining us. And I reset and I did the battle again and beat the other ship before they could destroy the Gaian ship. And the result is that we actually have a third ship sailing with us. And when we go into other ship battles, we can use them, and we have way more characters to work with. So it was actually really consequential thing that the game did not indicate in any way, shape, or form. It was just something that I picked up on with my RPG senses. So that was kind of wild. So yeah, that Gaian ship from Razriel is now part of our fleet. When we try to leave Razriel, Snow attacks us. That was how I found out what I just told you about the third ship. We schooled him. It was totally laughable. Once again, we're given the option to kill him, ask him to join us, or send him on his merry way again. I assume that we are actually allowed to kill him, because we were the first time we were given these three choices. So I did not say let's kill him. The first time I chose it because I was curious if it would actually do it, and it did, and I was shocked. So we didn't choose to kill him, and then the last time we encountered him, we tried to recruit him, but he said, no, I won't join you, and he left. So we tried again, and I said, please join us, even though I hate him and he sucks. But it's Suikoden. And then he did the same thing. He said, I can't join you, I'm sorry. The only difference is, his reason for not joining us this time was slightly different. The first time he was like, I'm with Kaluk, I can't join you because I'm with Kaluk. This time he was like, I'm a freelance rogue pirate, and I can't join you because I'm on my own now, I'm a lone wolf, I'm a Sigma, I'm doing my own thing, right? And so we were like, okay, whatever, man. And, once again, he sails off on a little castaway raft with, like, 2 guys. So that is what it is. He did have a new outfit. He was kind of dressed like a pirate. And I think we can believe him when he says he no longer serves Kaluk, but I really don't know what to think. We went back to the Iluya ruins to look for some recruit characters. That dilly-dallying we talked about. And I fought the 2 angel hairballs that were in chests, that were really, really hard enemies previously. We beat up one of them and got a really, really good piece of armor, so we decided, okay, it's worth going to fight the other one, because presumably it's just as easy to beat. And it was, and we got another really good armor piece. And then we got the indication, story-wise, that it is time to retake Obel. We get another scene with Troy and Colton, and we find out that they were right. The governor of Kaluk is in, like, a prison cell, and he's, like, been poisoned, or he's sick. We don't know if it's foul play and he's been poisoned and he's been locked away. Well, obviously it's foul play because he's locked away, but we don't know if he's in a weakened state just because he's, like, old or sick or something, or if Graham Cray actually did something to him. He could have also just been, like, groggy from being, like, drugged. Maybe he was just, like, put to sleep so that he could be thrown in prison, and he was just still kind of coming out of it. It wasn't super clear, but he was in a very weakened state. And Ramada, of all people, finds the governor in this prison cell. I have no idea why Ramada was there, but sure, he was there. And he agrees to deliver a message to us, kind of let us know that Cray is up to something. But then Ramada gets discovered by somebody who may have been Graham Cray, but we don't know. It didn't show them. It was just a voice clip. I think it was him, but it may not have been. So that was kind of like the cliffhanger plot moment that we were left off with. And then, to stall for time, towards the end of stream, I just kind of sailed arbitrarily around the map because I'm frustrated with how big the map is and how much there inevitably must be and how little of it we've found. So I just sailed in a straight line all the way across the map, east to west, and we actually found something, and we are right outside of this island that we found. It looks like it's not going to be much, but we're going to check it out before we proceed with the story. So that's what we're going to start with today. We're going to check out this lime shelf or something, whatever it's called. Let me write today's date. Today is the 17th. And I can see the little guy on the monitor right now, but I just need to go look at him with my real eyes for a second because I can't tell something, and I'll be right back and we'll start the game. Okay. He's being good. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. He's not even sleeping anymore. He's awake. Usually from like 12 to 12:30-ish, he just screams unless I put him in the swing or hold him. So I usually just put him in the swing. But he was sleeping today when I went live, so I was like, well, I'm not going to move him if he's sleeping. Well, you know, if he wakes up in 5 minutes, I'll put him in the swing or whatever. But so far so good. Pretty amazing. So we're just gonna let it ride. Obviously, if he does start screaming, I'll go grab him. Could happen any second. He probably will get fussy around like 1:15 because he's usually getting hungry. And, you know, and then I'll come and put him in the bouncer instead of the swing. But anyways, let's get going here. I don't need to know all that. I'm just yapping. So yeah, we're going to check out this lime shelf. Let's check the comment box. We got a lot of new stuff. Bartholomew is... I intend to keep carving wood my own way. All right. You do that, Gareth. You can carve your own way. Pirate. We've seen that one before. Some of these are repeats. They show up as new, but they're repeats. Not sure what to do about that. Reinbach is getting along with Charlemagne. Interesting. Wait, who is this? Low Hack. Who is Low Hack? I don't remember that person. Tanya wants to make a library. The elevator is rather dull compared to Miss Vicky's teleportation. Well, you're right about that. We haven't used the elevator nearly as much, but it's there. Okay. Yo, Mad Locust, how's it going? The caffeine is awesome. I couldn't agree more. Sips matcha. Yeah, happy Friday to you as well. I'm a member of the caffeine. I really wish we knew which caffeine was which. Because we got to name two different things. Oh, I need to heal myself. We got to name two different things, and one of them is like the name of our army, and one of them is the name of like the ship. But the game didn't do a good job of indicating which one was which when it was actually time to name them. So I just named them both the same thing. And I'm a little disappointed. That's all. But the doubling up is kind of funny. So here's our three ships. That's the pirate sloop over there. That's Kika's ship. But then we also have this ship with the Gaian... I think that's a Gaian flag. So yeah, look at this fun little island we've got here. This is what we discovered. Instead of trying to turn my ship around, it's actually going to be easier for me to go back into the ship and teleport to it because of how clunky turning around 180 is. But I just wanted to look at it. It's pretty interesting looking. It kind of reminds me of this one island in Skies of Arcadia, actually. Which I need to get working on the VODs for. The Sea of Stars VODs have started going up on YouTube. If anyone is interested in watching those. My Sea of Stars first playthrough that started on launch day. Those will be going up for a couple of weeks until they're all up. I think there's like 16 episodes or something like that. And I want to get all of my Skies of Arcadia VODs time-stamped and scheduled. Because I would like for all of those to immediately start when Sea of Stars is done airing. And then I'll be all caught up with RPG VODs to YouTube. And that would mean that I could immediately start uploading these when this playthrough is done. I was considering multi-streaming to YouTube. And I think I'm actually going to change my mind, because one of the reasons why I don't like for example, a lot of people will upload their stream VODs to their YouTube channel as they go, right? And this thing happens a lot, especially with RPGs, where... What is this status? We've never seen this before. Heartbreak? It's not confusion. These guys suck. Is it like charm? I'm sure I could look at it in the manual, which we haven't looked at in a long time. But one of the reasons why I don't like... Sorry, one second. This thing happens when you play classic games or RPGs on YouTube, where people will backseat you in the comments, even though they're watching something that has already happened, which is hilarious and pathetic in and of itself. But the problem is, they will also backseat and like fun fact about things that you haven't done yet in the playthrough. You see this all the time, where people will comment on like, oh, I'm playing Ocarina of Time for the first time, you know, and they put up their first VOD where they're like just barely getting into the Deku Tree, and the streamer's like, I don't know, struggling with the controls, or they have a hard time with the boss or whatever, you know, and then somebody in the comments has to go down there and be like, oh, wait till you get to the water temple, you know, somebody, they just have to, they can't resist, right? This is interesting. It's like a puzzle. Like, even just little stuff like that is really frustrating, but it definitely gets a lot worse. And people will do it with RPGs too. They'll be like, oh, I love this game. So-and-so is my favorite character. And they haven't met that character yet. Or like, oh, I was so sad when such and such happened. And that part hasn't happened yet. Like, YouTube commenters have way worse etiquette than Twitch chatters that watch RPG streams. Like, I feel like there's a pretty good common thread between Twitch chatters that watch RPGs, where they are there to watch somebody experience the key moments for the first time. There's obviously a lot of spoil sports who are just there to spoil and fun fact. They want to impress everybody with how much they know about the game, or they want to be like the white knight who is like the go-to source of information, so that when the streamer doesn't know what to do, they want to be the person called up from the dugout to say what to do next or whatever. There's definitely a lot of that going on, but there's a much better understanding of like, hey, we're here for the getting stuck. We're here for the, authentic reactions to things that they didn't know were coming. You know, most people, at least in my circles that I, hang out in and watch, and my streams as a consequence, people know not to be like, oh, this part coming up, oh, you're about to be so sad, you know, like telling the person how to react and how to feel, that kind of stuff. Like, a very good number of people understand that that is not welcome. People on YouTube comments do not have that etiquette, and I think a lot of it is just due to the increased barrier, the lack of real-time interaction. Like, it's easier to, like, be mean in a YouTube comment. It's easier to be nefarious in a YouTube comment because you don't feel like you're speaking directly to the person as much as you would be in their stream chat. So I think that's part of it. I'm sure there's more to it, though. We made it! Wait, this might be... this might be a fuzzy guy. So let me heal up really quick. In case it is. A treasure map. Cool. We still don't know what these are. What an interesting idea for a puzzle. I actually really liked that. It's so simple. Oh, you know what? I don't need to do this. I can just teleport back to the ship. Jer, how dare you? How's it going? But yeah, just having these, like, different height steps, and you're only able to actually step up certain heights of them, and they're all organized in a very, like, organic-looking way, so you just have to kind of figure out what the right path is to get up there. It's like a very different interpretation of a maze. It's kind of cool. It's like a Mario 64 level kind of design idea. Different mechanically, but like I feel like it is cut from the same cloth. What's up with you, man? Yeah, we're doing good. Just getting started on a Friday. We've been yapping about Star Wars and YouTube commenters. I guess I never finished the point. Before I answer your question, Anakin, let me finish this point that I was trying to make. I don't want to upload my RPG VODs to YouTube as I go because of how people behave in the comments. I don't want somebody to spoil something in the game that I haven't seen yet in a comment. Like, obviously, I could just not look at the comments, or I could turn comments off, or whatever, but I'd rather just wait to upload all of my VODs until I finish the playthrough. I don't know. Like, the act of having them already on YouTube is enticing, but I still have to go through and do all the timestamps, and that's really where the bulk of the work comes from. It's not just waiting for them to upload. So, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna multi-stream on YouTube. Let me go ahead and open up a prediction because we got an ad coming. We got a couple more rounds left of Yoshi versus Donkey Kong. You got 2 minutes to get your points in. Ad will be starting in about 4 minutes. 3 rounds left. Yoshi is up like 6-2 or something like that. He's got quite the lead. Okay, let me duck out to the map really quick here. What are some of my other favorite movies? All in on Yoshi, 84,000 points. Oh my god, that would be incredibly ballsy, Dur. I don't know if I would ever recommend somebody go all in on one of these channel point predictions, but you never know. The true irony would be if nobody bet against you and then you just got your points back at the end. So yeah, we're headed to Obel next. I don't think I want to do anything before this. So we're just going to teleport to Mordo and sail there. I don't need to do that. No, I will not be at MAG this year, Jer. The FOMO has already hit me. It was too much to think about with the little one. Either the thought of bringing a baby to MagFest, or the thought of going to MagFest and leaving the lady here with the baby. Both were logistical nightmares. So no MagFest for me this year. Made plans to not go before baby arrived. Yeah, MagFest is a video game music festival and convention. That's a lot of channel points, Kiki. It is just outside of DC, or for sake of ease, you can just say that it's in Washington, DC. It's like technically not from like a Google Maps point of view, but it's in Washington, DC. Okay, going to Mordo. Other favorite movies, man. That's a really good question. I'm really bad at like favorite things in general. I have to compartmentalize and like start splitting things into like categories or genres or something. So I'm like immediately like, okay, what are my favorite comedies? What are my favorite action movies? What are my favorite like whatever? One does not simply walk into Mordo. You're right. Good call, Smash. I mean, we were talking about Star Wars earlier. Smash just invoked Lord of the Rings. Those are definitely some of my favorite fantasy films. I think those are phenomenal films. I'm not like a massive like art film person. Like every once in a while I like to watch like a really cerebral, gotta think about it super hard kind of movie. But I'd rather consume media like that in text, in like a book, than a movie most of the time. Because a lot of times in a movie it like comes off like someone is just goofing around. At least to me, even if they're not. What are some other movies that I like? I'm sorry if you don't agree with me, Smash. I can't, my streamer brain is not allowing me to think of like any movie that I've ever seen right now. But what else do I like? I feel like a lot of like classic films I either haven't seen or was like lukewarm on. So I don't know. I think I think because of my brain right now, you'll have to just name a movie and ask me if I like it or not, because I can't think of any movies right now. Sorry to disappoint you. Alright, I'm gonna save before we hit a cutscene trigger here, most likely. We'll run the ad real quick. Maybe I'll go look at my movie collection while I'm in the ad. And we'll see you in 3 minutes. Good luck if you're in the prediction. Thanks for being here. We'll be right back.
Time up. This game's winner is Yoshi.
All right, welcome back, everybody. That was a absolutely horrific showing from Donkey Kong. Don't know what he was thinking there. 2 stage KOs. Never stood a chance. He was fighting pretty all right, but he fell off the side 2 separate times I saw there. I saw most of that match, so that was very telling. Another victory for Yoshi. Yoshi goes up 7-2. We have 2 more rounds to go with this matchup, and then we'll be switching over to Captain Falcon versus Kirby. Oh, wait a second. Why did I already... Okay. Suspicious. We need to spin the wheel. So... let's go over here. And then let's switch mics. And then let's go over here. Give you that close-up. I owe y'all a spin. Oh yeah, I gotta pay out the prediction too. I owe y'all a spin from Tuesday. Holy Gad brought in a resub. Or actually it was a gift sub, I believe, when we were talking about charity stuff during bottle time, and I just forgot. I was way too hyped up. I was yapping. So this is a spin for Gad. First one of the day. Orange and pink are locked. Let's see what we got here. What's it gonna be? Push-ups. All right, we're gonna do 10 push-ups. We'll just go ahead and crank those out right now over here in the doorway. Let me get the insert off. That was the wrong button. 10 push-ups right over here in the doorway so you can see me without me having to move the camera. So I have to get a little far away out here in the awkward dimness of the other room. That might have been a few more than 10, I lost count. But it was definitely at least 10. All right, thank you for that spin on Tuesday, Gad. All right, back to the good mic and back to the game. Okay, so Anakin in the chat here has listed some of his favorite films, and I'm going to take him to task and tear them all down one by one. No, I'm just kidding. I'm good, but I'm going to share my thoughts about each one because there's some interesting ones listed here. I think we're about to hit a cutscene trigger, so I want to be prepared to like take notes and listen to dialogue. Let's see what happens.
Enemy second fleet straight ahead!
Okay, proceed as planned.
Oh, it's going to be a ship battle. Okay, cool. Makes sense. So this should be Colton. Oh, is that the king? No way.
I am the king of Obel.
Oh, he has a new outfit.
And coolness.
He looks way better with that outfit on.
Here I come. The land of Obel.
No shot these people could hear him.
My blood shall serve Obel once again. All right.
Gary.
Just hang in there a little longer.
Gary, Emma, you've been a great help. Everyone has come together thanks to you.
Truly, you two are not even of this kingdom, and yet you have done so much.
No.
Oh, that's right. They
It's
just were
our sense of justice
tourists.
that made us do this. Please, there's no need to praise us, really.
They got
We
held
did
captive
what we had to do.
Thank
because
you.
they were here.
Come, my people of Obel. Now is the time for us to stand together as one.
Everyone, let us have faith that His Majesty will be victorious!
Who's there?
Who are you?
Aren't you that?
Oh yeah, we've seen her before.
This is a message from the lady tactician Eleanor.
Oh wait, that's Mizuki.
Farewell.
What?
She can teleport? So that's one of our party members. She's actually in our active party.
I knew they would eventually come. All right, let's proceed as planned. Stay calm and focused.
Okay, good. The text stopped for a second. Let me catch up here. Yeah, it's a little revealing, isn't it, Kiki? So the Kaluk soldiers on land were scared by the rallying cry. Oh, is the wizard arriving? I might have to go grab Backlog Baby in a second here. I heard my first little I'm fussy noise. Which is still miraculous, by the way. The fact that it's after 1 o'clock yet and he did not have any fussing is insane. Okay. Caught up on my notes here. We'll talk about movies after the scene. I'm sorry that you have to go and you won't be around for it, Anakin. Thank you for the prompts. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Oh, is this just the last text box before the battle? I was expecting there to be like a whole conversation there. Oh, okay, now it's going to cut to us.
This tactic does not allow any margin for error.
A report!
What tactic?
Both vessels of the 2nd Kuluk Fleet stationed at the harbor are headed this way.
Both vessels?
All right.
Looked like 3.
We'll split up in 2. Decide who goes with who.
Okay. Which side will you assign the Gaian ship? Oh, I see. Well, our ship is way stronger, so we'll definitely send it with the Grishand. So I guess we wouldn't even get this option if we hadn't saved that ship. Which, again, really, really cool. So we're gonna do our special preparation phase here, like we normally would. But I guess there's gonna be 2 separate battlefields. That's probably what's going on. So it's keeping everything from last time. We also don't know what we're up against, so that's a little scary. Let's see. We have access to every element on this team, which is great. And then we have a pretty solid battle party here. I like that it keeps our settings from before. Oh wow, Conrad is really strong in fire. Can we look at these? Maxine is like absurdly strong, right? Yeah. And then Tav is not very strong. So let's get somebody a little bit more well-rounded than Tav to bring with Maxine. Preferably somebody with 2. Yeah, you is a great choice. Okay, let's put you there. That seems better. I guess Lightning Earth would have been better. But that's okay. And then Jean, Selma, that's a great pairing. So yeah, let's swap Pablo for Conrad. And then let's see. We probably want we have everything. Unless we have like a really powerful Earth person. I don't know who we would put here. We don't really have any other like high level mages besides Pablo. Tanya's brand new. Didn't she like bum rush us and join us? I guess Kenneth is good for lightning. Yeah, we can bring Kenneth. Let's bring Kenneth here. That seems good. We don't have anybody with Earth primary, which is a little scary, but... And I feel pretty good about these attack teams. I don't think any of this is going to change. We haven't recruited any new characters since the last time we did this, so we already... Well, we may have recruited a few, but none of them are like high attack characters. So I think this is good. Thoughts on Switch 2? Thank you for bringing that up as well, Berkey. We're going to talk about that. I actually have a lot more to say than I thought I would. Let me see if there's another scene here that I need to pay attention to, or if we just go right into the battle.
Then we'll see you later.
Okay. Wonder how this is gonna work. Do we just fight one of the battles and the other one's like automatic? Do we have to fight both of them separately? Do we somehow go back and forth? We will be arriving on Obel soil in just a short while. Now is the time for us to dig in with all our might. They've got wind and earth, and water and lightning. How do you suppose we'll combat that? Okay, let's have a look. So they have 2 ships that we have to defeat, and we only have 1. And they have a lot of HP. But we have some really, really powerful magic. So... Katarina is probably going to devastate everything. So let's see. We'll go after the ship with less HP first. It looks like they have the same range of both movement and attack. 433, 435. Oh, the endurance. I see. That's Colton's ship. So yeah, we're going to go after this one first. Because after we sink them, we have to board them and fight them hand to hand. So that's a little scary. But hopefully we'll be alright. And okay, let me look at the element tree really quick here. Wind, earth, lightning, water. Wind, earth, lightning, water. Oh, so I can still change my mind here. Interesting. This is what I wanted to see. Wind, earth, lightning, water. So... Wind, earth. So when we're attacking the ship that has wind and earth, we are safe to use fire. Wind is a gamble. We would never want to use earth to attack that ship. And then the one that is lightning water, earth would be best, lightning would be a gamble, and fire would be bad. So we'll probably use, we'll probably use Katarina's water to attack the smaller ship, just because it's the most... Well, actually, no. Fire is the most powerful. Okay, so we're going to be using Conrad's fire on probably everything. Or wait, no. We're going to use Conrad's fire on the first ship that's wind and earth, because we'll either hit it neutral or super effective, and we can't be blocked. But then the second ship that has lightning and water, we don't want to use fire because we might get canceled out by the water if they use water. So we would probably use... and we wouldn't want to use Katarina's water as well, because the lightning would cancel out the water. So we'll probably use Katarina's lightning against that ship, because we don't have a very high earth. That would be strong. That would be better than using Paula's earth, I think. So yeah, Colton's ship is going to be tricky. Maybe we sub for Tal here? Just to get that 20 Earth? That might be a good idea. Because this extra 20 lightning isn't doing anything for me. So this may end up being more useful. We may end up using that to attack Colton's ship. We'll see. If it looks like they're using, you know, lightning every time, we might switch to it. If they're using water every time, we could just use our lightning with Katarina, which would be great. Maybe we may end up just using the lightning. I don't think like cancels out like. I only think it's if you go against the grain of the tree. Does it cancel? But I'm not positive. All right, we're going to start. So Colton's ship makes the first move. That's tricky. We don't want to fight Colton's ship first. But we also don't want to get surrounded. So if he's going to separate himself, we might just need to take that opportunity. Oh. Oh, I see. So they're going to do a pincer movement.
This is from two sides.
I see. Okay, so we are going to go after Colton's ship with our main ship. And then they're going to go after this smaller ship. Can I shoot them from here? No. Yo, what's up, Gooby? Well, we'll just shoot from here, I guess. This is the one that is wind, earth. So we want to use lightning because it's more powerful, but if they use earth, I think they cancel out our lightning. So we should probably use water. I think this is the right choice. They can't retaliate anyways because they can't shoot that far, which is great. Yeah, this is the new stream time, Gooby. This is the new stream time. Okay, can't move that. Wait, you're just gonna let me shoot again? Okay. We'll just shoot again. It's very Europe hours. Okay, and then here we're going to use fire. Say bye-bye to that boat. I guess we only have to board this boat because it's the boss. Okay, and then this one, let's see. Morning, early afternoon streaming is the US is good for Europe stream watching time. Just because it's like evening there. So yeah, I think we're gonna go lightning here. We have the same elements as them, and I think lightning is the way to go. It's also higher power, so. Yeah, I've had a few EU viewers in the past, but mostly has not been a thing. I think most people that watch the stream are in the Western Hemisphere. We're going lightning. Okay, so like does cancel out like. I was right. Alright, so we can shoot from here, and I think they won't be able to retaliate. There we go, Matt Locust is in the EU. Heck yeah. I let's see. We gotta go wind here to make sure that we hit. It's not as powerful as our other elements, but they shot lightning and we would have been canceled out otherwise. And then we're gonna go... We gotta go lightning here. Oh, they can't retaliate. He's facing the wrong way. So we're good here. Big damage from Gene. But let's talk Switch 2. I might save the film talk for bottle time. Let's talk Switch 2. I thought the Switch 2 reveal yesterday was great. There seems to be this common take that people are bandwagoning onto and, like, memeing on and saying that it was, like, underwhelming. Which... Oh, hold on, cutscene. Hold that thought. So are we gonna, like, talk to Colton? We haven't talked to Colton in a while. Oh, okay, here we go. Kill me! No, we don't want to kill you. Okay, so... We pincer attacked... Colton's... Second Fleet... in Harbor... and captured Colton.
See that hole in the wharf over there? The big hole that this ship made when it escaped.
What of it?
You tried to pull a pincer move on us by hiding ships in there, didn't you? But your reinforcements never came.
Really?
With a hole that size, there can only be one ship in there. Shall we go see? Our fleet could easily crush it.
No, we need not rush ourselves.
What?
That was a confusing conversation. Also, why did Lino put his bad outfit back on? His king outfit was way better. Oh, there is a ship parked in there.
I knew it. There was a ship hiding in there.
Okay. Yeah. Is it Troy?
Hey!
Or is it Friend? Oh, maybe it's Flare. Maybe Flare and the gang, like, took over this ship before they could launch. Or something. I was right.
Everything went well over here!
Lady Flare, please do not be so reckless. It gives me such a fright. Oh, my feeble heart.
That guy is so annoying. Sounds like Dan Castellaneta.
Was this part of your strategy too?
I apologize for using your daughter, but it seems it worked out well.
That's no problem. It seems like
That was
you
what
know
she
my
sent the
daughter
letter
pretty
for,
well.
I guess. To tell them, hey, there's a ship in there, go and take it.
So, I've run out of tricks. I'm sorry, Sir Troy.
All that's left now are the Kuluk troops on land. There shouldn't be that many of them.
There's trouble! An enemy fleet to our rear!
Rear! Is it Troy?
But how?
Oh, he doesn't seem to know about it.
Damn it. One after another. They sure have a lot of ships. Think we'll be okay?
Well, it's still manageable.
I mean, based on how that last battle went, we should be fine.
The governor's privateer fleet.
Oh, the governor's privateer fleet. Well, that means it's probably
let's
not
go
the
get
governor
them.
and that it's Graham Cray. Yeah, let's do it. Just catch up on some notes here. Eleanor's letter to Flare. told them to take hidden Kuluk ship in Obel hideout, and it was a success. Governor of Kuluk's privateer fleet ambushes us next. Sorry, we're gonna talk about the Switch too. Just bear with me. We're doing story progress and we're doing yapping. I can't really do both at the same time. All right, so we got another ship battle here. They're certainly providing us with entertainment, that's for sure. Okay, let's get ready. They've got 2 ships, one with fire and wind, and one with wind and earth. What's our plan of action? Same thing as last time. We've got really powerful water for the 60 ship, and we've got really powerful fire for this ship. So this is actually a much easier configuration to go up against. I don't think we need to check anything here. All right, who gets to move? You get to move first. Do that in case they try to shoot me. Whew, this ship goes a long way. This is the Gaian ship. Moves really far, but doesn't shoot very far, and then the pirate ship is the opposite. I like that we have all of that. We're gonna go like this. If I get too close up here, they can easily just move into range on one of the sides where I can't retaliate. So we're better off doing this. Can I hit you from here? Not quite. Bummer. So they're just kind of holding steady. They're not moving. Kind of interesting. I guess I just have to bait them out at a certain point. Alright, I can shoot them from here and they can't retaliate. This may one-hit KO them with how powerful my water is. So, let's try that. Katarina, please. We're so close to bottle time, I kind of want to just table the Switch talk and the film talk until bottle time. But I want to talk about charity stuff during bottle time, too. There's plenty of time for all of it. Okay, we're going to fire lightning. This is going to hurt real bad. Could also be a one-hit KO. Not quite. Now, if I do this... Yeah, I didn't think so. Why aren't they attacking? This is strange. They haven't moved. Maybe I should board them. Because this is just a generic Kuluk ship. This is also a generic Kuluk ship. Something is strange here. Something is not quite right here. Who's on this boat? Sigurd, Herbie, Bartholomew, Jewel. Let's board them. I'm curious. Oh, okay. They're just gone. Interesting. I feel like I'm being fooled here. You know what I mean? Like, they're not even shooting back. I feel like this is gonna be like, end up being like a trick. They're like, haha, you attacked our ships that had no one on them, and we were able to retake Obel when you weren't looking, or something. But it's as if there was nobody on those boats.
Look! That ship. Is it trying to take us down with it?
No. That was probably that ship's original intent. If they're under Kray's orders.
So their plan was for the ships to catch on fire and then ram into our ships? That doesn't make any sense. We could just... What? We could just sail away from them or sink them, which we presumably did. It's the first time my controller has rumbled in a very long time.
Punishment over there.
What did you say?
Why do we need to do that?
You can't!
I'm sorry, it's our only option. Unless you have a better idea, don't doubt my expertise.
Yeah, the better idea would be to just sail in the same direction that they are sailing, and eventually the ships will just burn up and not be able to ram into us.
Get away from here, right now. No one will stop you.
But obviously this is a plot device. I get it.
It seems like you've got some very good friends here, but the rest is up to you.
Are we going to be given a choice here? Okay, we are going to be given a choice. I'm going to say no and see what happens. I'm assuming I'll just be forced to use it anyways. Or we're just going to die.
Here will perish.
Why can't we just go? Yeah, it looks like we're stuck in a conversation loop here. But I'm just really curious. Because this is a big decision.
It's all riding on you.
Everyone's like, hey, maybe you should use it. They're all like, yeah, we're with you. But then it's like, wait a second. I hate this. But I guess we have to. Maybe we'll say no one more time.
We won't make it.
You're just gonna kill us? The operation to free the kingdom failed. The caffeine was obliterated. Wow, it actually game overed me. That's nuts. I'm very surprised. All right. Well, we gotta do those fights again, I guess. That's okay. They were super fast and super easy. And we can just mash through the scenes. Depart. Okay, Switch 2. Perfect time to talk about Switch 2. Yeah, there's been this kind of bandwagon sentiment that I am seeing in, like, the Discord servers that I'm in, and, you know, like, the internet at large, I guess you would say, like, Blue Sky, Twitter, etc., where people seem to be latching onto this narrative that the console reveal was really underwhelming. And like, oh, haha, they just showed it, and that's it. Okay. Or, oh, haha, it's just a Switch, but a little bit bigger. But I'm pushing back pretty strongly against this bandwagon narrative for several reasons. First of all, anyone that's feeling that way, I don't want you to think that I'm telling you that you're wrong, and come off like some kind of, you know, hee-haw Nintendo fanboy, even though I absolutely am one. If you think the Switch 2 reveal was underwhelming, you're perfectly welcome to feel that way. But hear me out. First of all, if you're like really connected to gaming news and the gaming sphere, you know that pretty much all of the cosmetic details of the Switch 2 have been leaked for several months, multiple times, and corroborated by different sources. So a lot of the Switch reveal just confirmed a lot of that information. So to those people, the information isn't new, and therefore they're like, it's underwhelming. But for those people, they're failing to consider that all of that information from the leaks being confirmed to be legitimate is actually a big deal. Okay, so that's the first response. A lot of people are finding it underwhelming because it was leaked. What more would you expect? If the information is leaked, you either expect the leak to be confirmed or debunked, and it got confirmed. Now, for people who weren't familiar, if there are people who are not familiar with the leaks and just saw everything for the first time yesterday, and they think that it was underwhelming, I would challenge those people to go and watch the hardware reveal trailer for like the last 3 or 4 consoles.
This tactic does not allow any
because they're
margin
all
for error.
the same. There's no talking, there's just a bunch of fancy 3D renders, and they show off the form factor of the console, the name of it, and that's it. Go and watch the PlayStation 5 hardware reveal trailer. It's a minute longer than the Switch 2 reveal trailer, and you learn significantly less about the console across the course of the video. The first minute and a half of the PlayStation 5 reveal trailer is just anticipation. It's just like fancy, colorful, like 3D graphics that has nothing to do with what the console looks like or can do. And whereas in the Switch 2 trailer, you are immediately shown the console within like 10 seconds. You see a Switch, and then it transforms into a Switch 2, like immediately. So instant gratification, no build-up, no edging, none of that. And the PlayStation 5 trailer doesn't even show you like what the console itself can do. From like a tactile external standpoint, not like hardware specs internal. That's not what I mean by what it can do. But like the Switch 2 trailer showed us how the new Joy-Con connect to the system and disconnect from the system, how they will connect to a Joy-Con grip. It showed us how the system will use a dock similarly to the Switch 1. Like it showed us where the ports are on the outside of the system. PlayStation 5 hardware trailer didn't do anything like that. It just showed the form factor of the console, the controller, and some accessories that nobody cares about, like the camera and the media remote and the headset. The Switch trailer showed gameplay in it, and it confirmed backwards compatibility, which is like massive. So everyone who's saying the Switch 2 reveal was underwhelming, I really want to just tell you that you're flat out wrong. But it's okay if you feel that way, especially if you were engaged with like the leaks and the news and the rumors leading up to it. Like, I get why you might think that, but take a moment to consider that all of that being confirmed to be true is literally massive. Backwards compatibility is huge. Switch, the first Switch was a completely new hardware family with absolutely no backwards or cross compatibility with any of Nintendo's other platforms. So there was absolutely no guarantee that this console was going to be backwards compatible, even though the rumors pointed towards it and it makes sense, right? So just having physical backwards compatibility confirmed is absolutely like cosmic, a cosmic level of confirmation. Because for one, it basically ensures that barring some critical hardware failure at launch, the Switch 2 will instantly be a successful seller because there is immediately, literally thousands of games that you can play on it day one. So even if there's only like 2 to 4 launch titles like there were on the Switch 1, you have a massive library of games that you can play on it. So anybody that doesn't have a Switch 1 can just immediately buy a Switch 2. That's humongous. That's huge. That's huge. So please consider that. And then also consider that the level of detail that they showed about the new Joy-Con and the form factor of the system and the new ports that added onto it and everything like that really did confirm a lot of information without them having to say anything or put any text on the screen. And there's also speculation that they were like low-key announcing Mario Kart 9, even though most people are just assuming that that's Mario Kart 8 footage. And, you know, the meme of Switch 2, it plays Mario Kart 8 is very funny. And I love it. But that might not be Mario Kart 8. We don't really know. So, anyways, I think that's enough to say about the Switch 2 reveal. But yeah, if you feel like it was overwhelming, I would encourage you to go and watch some of the other more recent hardware reveals. Like go watch the PlayStation 5 reveal trailer and whatever the most recent Xbox console reveal trailer. And specifically, I mean hardware reveal.
See you later.
That verbiage is very important because that's what this was for the Switch 2. It was a hardware reveal. It gave a lot more information than when the PlayStation 5 was revealed. And when the PlayStation 5 was dropped, nobody was like, wow, anybody feel like that was super underwhelming? No, because it's not as cool to dog on Sony as it is. It wasn't as cool to dog on Sony in 2020 as it was, or as it may be on Nintendo at any given point in history. But it's still ironic because Nintendo is literally at the top of their game right now. So there's just, I don't know. Part of it, I think, is just like haters gonna hate. And then part of it is just online discourse is always a crapshoot. Like, everybody wants to be negative. Everybody wants to be critical. It's not cool to just like something anymore, apparently. So that's part of it. But whatever. I thought it was great. Okay, what do you have? You have wind, earth, so we got to use... yeah, we're just going to use our most powerful. Because... Wait, no. Yeah. Lightning's good. They can't retaliate from that distance anyways. I shouldn't even have to think about it. So yeah, I was stoked about the reveal. I don't care that I didn't learn anything that I didn't already technically know from the rumors. But again, you gotta realize that rumors being confirmed is a big learn. The people who saw the leaks, regardless of how compelling they were, that includes myself, I followed the leaks. Regardless of how compelling those leaks were, and that we could mostly assume that what we were seeing was real, it still wasn't confirmation. So having all of that information fully confirmed was massive. Here we use... what, fire? You're indifferent. Aside from exclusives like Zelda, Animal Crossing games are generally just so available that there's no incentive for you to get a new console with you having a Steam Deck. Yeah. And that's the other thing with Nintendo consoles, is Nintendo consoles are never and will likely never be about hardware. Nintendo does not care about hardware. Nintendo specifically makes hardware to sell software. Nintendo's bread and butter has always been software. And so some Nintendo fans will not care about a Nintendo console until they know about the software. You know, they need there to be a 3D Mario game or a Zelda game or a Pokemon game or whatever franchise it is that they are invested in, Animal Crossing. You know, once they confirm that piece of software, then they want the hardware. It's not like Sony fans and Xbox fans, it's oftentimes the opposite. They are interested in the specs of the hardware. They want the hardware because, oh, it's going to make my, you know, this and that work a little bit better when I'm playing my digital games on Game Pass. You know, the hard drive speeds faster, that RAM speeds faster. I'm going to be able to install games faster. I'm going to be able to play online faster. Like, they care about completely different things. And then the other half of Nintendo fans, like me, just have a lot of long-standing faith in the company, and we know that that software is going to be there. We know that that software is going to be there. There's going to be a Zelda game. There's going to be a Mario game. There's going to be an Animal Crossing game. Like, we know that those are going to be eventually there, and we don't need them to be there before we buy the console, because we know that we're going to get the console eventually. So you have like your early adopter Nintendo fans like me, that you might call like super fans, and then you have your not necessarily late adopter Nintendo fans, but like Nintendo fans who wait for the piece of software that they are waiting for to come out. And it may be a piece of software that they don't think that they're waiting for, you know, but they need that specific killer app game to get announced. You know, it could be something that they're not expecting. They may think, oh, I'll buy the new Switch when the new Zelda gets announced or when the new Zelda comes out. But then, you know, some obscure RPG remake could come along that's like exclusive, or a new RPG or whatever that they weren't even predicting. And they're like, oh, now I got to get the Switch too. But they're incentivized by specific software availability. And I think that's probably the most common type of Nintendo fan. But there's no Nintendo fans that are like buying the Switch console because they found out like what's under the hood. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it has this much RAM, or oh, it has this kind of like display, or oh, it can do 4K. You know, like there might be, like, if they announce that the Switch 2 supports 4K, which I don't think it will. I think that's extremely unlikely. So that would be extremely un-Nintendo. But if they announced that, I think, you know, certain people's eyebrows would go up, but it's not going to, like, convert new people to wanting to buy the system just based on that specification. Whereas for, like, a Sony console or an Xbox, that could happen, where it's like, oh, this new console is going to have this specific technical feature that, you know, that our previous console didn't. Like, oh, now it has ray tracing and HDR. Like, some people, that will legitimately sell them on the new hardware revision of an existing console or the next console. Like, that's the information that they're waiting to hear. Or, oh, all games will be 120 frames per second or something. They like, oh, I'm in, you know? Whereas if they said, oh, on the Switch 2, all games will be locked at 60 frames per second, I don't think that would bring over any new people. It would shock some people. It would shock a lot of people, but I don't think it would make a new Nintendo fan out of anybody immediately. Okay, stun locked on this attack here. We're gonna do wind, because we don't want like to cancel out like. You want the hardware once you know it has the software you want. Yeah, that makes sense. And Nintendo knows that that's the most important thing, right? Because especially for people who aren't loyal to Sony or Microsoft in particular, and they might have both, or people who just play games on PC, like, the main reason to own a Nintendo console is always going to be the games that are exclusive to it. You know, you're not going to buy a Switch to play games on it that you can play on any other platform. You might choose to play them on the Switch so that you can play them portably, or because you already own the Switch for other reasons, but the thing that's going to sell you is exclusives, and that's always how it is for Nintendo. It's always how it's going to be. This is not new information. I realize what I'm saying is not revelatory, but I think people need to be reminded from time to time. Okay. I don't know why this is taking so much longer. Probably because I'm yapping. This is a gamble. Oh wait, no, they can't retaliate. We're good. This is the first of 2 battles that we got to redo. So yeah, that's my take on the Switch 2 reveal. I thought it was wonderful. I thought it was great. I'm so elated that all of the great information from the leaks was confirmed. There's also a... I want to stress the word rumor because I don't think this is confirmed. There's a lot of people latching onto it, and I think it has a lot of potential to be true. If this is confirmed to your awareness, please link me a source where it is confirmed. There have been some depictions of the new Joy-Con being placed like rail down, and people are not just like guessing or assuming, people are just speaking very empirically that the new Joy-Con can be used like a mouse. And I love that, but I want to know why they think that. If they just are manifesting and they want that to be true and they are speaking empirically, or if they saw this information somewhere and somehow I missed it. I saw the pictures that these people are sharing where it's kind of in an orientation that makes it look like a mouse, but it's not shown to be doing anything that indicates that that's actually what's happening. But I would love to see that done and how it could be used for other games. I was just saying in Discord the other day, I'm opening the prediction for the next ad because we're about to start it. We're about to get started with bottle time. I was just saying in a Discord server, I think it was the Backlog Boys Discord server. Sorry, I'm talking over this because we've already seen it, so sorry if that's grating to your ears. I was just saying in the Discord yesterday how I would love for them to make an official Nintendo Switch stylus and utilize the touchscreen more in handheld mode. I desperately feel like Mario Maker 2 needed an official stylus because you could only design levels using the touchscreen if you were in handheld mode, obviously. So if you were docked playing Mario Maker trying to design levels, you had to do it like really, really painstakingly with your controller, which sucked. So most people would have designed levels handheld with the stylus. And it'd be cool to see something like a Mario Maker 3 introduce an official stylus for the Switch. Or if they just released it as a standalone accessory to encourage more developers to utilize the touchscreen. Obviously, being limited to handheld, I wouldn't want it to be pushed too much. But it is a great feature. And if the Joy-Con can be used like a mouse, you could use that for things like Mario Maker. Like, imagine being able to like click and drag to like select a bunch of stuff and then delete it. Like you could do that on the gamepad in the original Mario Maker, and you can do that on the Switch in handheld mode in Mario Maker 2. But if you could use it like a mouse with the Switch docked and then design levels docked, that would be so sick. Another thing that I'm speculating is that all of the Switch 1 controllers should work on the Switch 2. Obviously, the old Joy-Con won't be able to physically connect to the new console because the size and the type of connection are completely different. But there's no reason why the controller shouldn't be able to connect wirelessly to the new Switch. We know that the button configuration of the new Joy-Con is identical other than the addition of one new button. And we still don't know what it does yet, which is causing a lot of fun mystery and speculation. But I think it's just going to be another button. I think that's pretty simple to see. Pun intended, I guess. Okay, the ad is about to start. I'm just going to stop right here. I'm going to go get the little guy set up for bottle time. I'll come back. We'll finish up Switch 2 talk. We'll talk about films. I want to go back to that list of movies that Anakin posted and talk about some of those movies. And then we're going to talk more about the charity stuff that I'm going to be doing next month for the rest of bottle time. So we'll see you in about 3 to 5 minutes. Good luck if you're in the prediction. And we'll come back with bottle time for about an hour. And we'll chat. We can talk about whatever you want. See you in a few. Thanks for being here. All right, welcome back, everybody. Yoshi does it again. Big surprise. So he goes up 8-2. One more round left with these combatants. We do 11 rounds every time, so we can get really definitive data. We're tracking it all. We're going to do every single possible matchup, CPU versus CPU, until we've done them all, and then we'll do some kind of fun, amazing tournament at the end. I've got plenty of time to figure out the details, so don't pester me for them yet. But we will do something fun on stream, not gated behind ads, when the time comes. Oh, I didn't get the on-screen score updated. I have to update the score in 3 different places every time. There we go. Okay, and we are coming back to this screen. Welcome to Bottle Time. Get some music going here. I have my baby son in my lap, right here. He is eating. He's very close to the microphone, so you will probably hear some breathing, cooing, maybe some farting. That's what that is. If you hear any weird noises that don't seem like they are coming from me or desktop audio, it's a baby. So we were talking about the Switch 2 reveal. I don't think I had much more to say about it. Honestly, I think I said what I wanted to say. But if anybody has anything they want to bring up about Switch 2 stuff, I'm happy to chat about it. I hope I didn't come off too entrenched and immalleable. Is it immalleable or unmalleable? Or would you just use a word that's an antonym of malleable? Rigid. I don't know. Okay, I want to scroll back up here. Anakin was here earlier, and Anakin asked me what some of my favorite movies were, and I said, I'm a streamer, and I'm live, so I can't think of any movies that I've ever seen ever. So he listed a bunch of movies, and I wanted to go through them because it's a good list of films to react to. Also, Smashies had said Who Framed Roger Rabbit, probably as a joke, but I think it's a great movie. There's a couple moments that don't hold up super well, but all in all, it's a pretty great movie. Definitely an like amazing work and feat of art and filmmaking from like a technical, artistic standpoint. Like the live action mixed with the animation was incredibly novel at the time, and still is very impressive with what they did with it. Okay, Anakin listed a bunch of movies here. I'm going to go through these one by one. Karate Kid. Karate Kid is a really solid movie. It's very 80s. Not just like with like the music and like the happy-go-lucky kind of story and the way things tie up, but it's very 80s in... How do I describe this? 80s movies have this thing where there's a lot of like very formulaic tools. I shouldn't say all movies made in the 80s, but a lot of like the really quote-unquote timeless and classic movies from the 80s that we still watch today have a lot of similarities in like how they're put together. So... And Karate Kid is one of those movies. It's like very formulaic. There's like, there's a lot of use of like tropes and common tools of filmmaking to great effect. I'm not using this as a detraction of the film, but it like leans heavily on like, you know, kid from out of town doesn't fit in, but everybody's rooting for him, like in the audience, you know, and like he goes through a change, you know, coming of age type stuff, self-improvement, montage. He gets the girl, he beats up the bad guy, like either literally or figuratively, in this case literally, like all that kind of stuff. But like it feels good, It holds up surprisingly well. So, you know, it has a good message, all that sort of thing, but is also like, oh, this is another thing that 80s movies have. Most movies in this style have this, regardless of decade, but 80s movies also have this trait of being like a true to life type story that, under suspension of disbelief, seems pretty realistic, but abstracted is incredibly unrealistic. You know, these moments where, like, if characters said like one thing to each other, it would cause the whole plot to fall apart or the conflict to fall apart, because it's all based on like somebody's assumption about what something else meant or what someone else said, and the other character is never given a chance to clarify that because of some plot device, and the whole conflict of the plot is based on that. You know, there's a lot of that kind of stuff in Karate Kid. I would say it's a good movie. I don't know if I would say it's a great movie, and it's definitely not like an all-time favorite for me. I think it would be different if I had nostalgia for it. Like, if I saw it as a kid, it probably would have like really motivated me, and I'm sure it motivated a lot of kids to like either get into martial arts or just not be jerks. I don't know. You know, like using your strength and power responsibly or to protect other people. You know, good message. But I didn't see that movie as a kid. Terminator. Terminator, I would say, is a great movie. Really important movie. Super influential. Like in ways that would be hard to measure and quantify. I do think it's also interesting that like unlike Terminator 2, like Terminator 2 is also a great movie. And I enjoy watching both Terminator 1 and Terminator 2 like at any given time. They're not like movies that I'm always thinking about or anything. I probably wouldn't call them like favorite movies either. But Terminator 2 is very much an action movie, and Terminator 1 is also an action movie, but it's also a little bit of a horror movie, which I think is really interesting. It has a lot of horror elements, both in like the cinematography and just like the like cosmic horror type of vibes of the story, very like dystopian apocalyptic implications. I think that's really interesting. And I think it's like one of the things that makes the original movie really, really unique still. Bloodsport, I don't have a lot to say about Bloodsport. I don't know if I've ever seen it all the way through. I think that might be a little too much of a martial arts movie for my taste. I know it's considered a classic, but I couldn't really tell you anything about it. Die Hard, phenomenal movie. I would say that Die Hard is probably one of my favorite movies. Like, it's a big quality for movies being a favorite for me is whether or not I can rewatch them. I have a lot of trouble with rewatching stuff. It's usually hard to motivate me to rewatch something over watching something I've never seen before. I'm usually instantly more attracted to a first watch, even if it might not be as good of a movie as the one I've seen before. But Die Hard, I can infinitely rewatch. It holds up really well. The humor is great. The action is great. The plot is surprisingly well glued together. Like, obviously, you could pull apart the plot of any over-the-top action movie, but I think compared to its peers in the genre, Die Hard does really, really well in that regard. It's actually like a pretty solid plot that doesn't lean too heavily on a lot of tropes to make itself happen. It's pretty unique. Like, it's unique what the villains were trying to do. It's unique how the villains are stopped. It's unique how the police and the FBI aren't glorified. It's pretty unique for its time and still. Lord of the Rings, definitely some of my favorite movies. Phenomenally made, so thoughtfully made. I enjoy watching like making of and behind the scenes stuff from Lord of the Rings almost as much as watching the movies themselves. I didn't read the Lord of the Rings books for the first time until a couple years ago, so I only knew the stories from the films. So I'm definitely very attached to them in that way. I can't really separate the books from the movies. When I read the books, those characters look and sound like they do in the movies. And I think with the knowledge of what was left out of the books, I actually have more respect for the movies, because the stuff that they chose to exclude and the few things that they chose to change, I like and agree with, which I feel like is kind of unheard of, and is certainly influenced by me having engaged with the films first. I acknowledge that. I'm sure if I had read the books first, I wouldn't feel exactly the same way about the changes and the exclusions. But I think it was really smartly done. Like, choosing to end the first movie where they did makes a lot more sense. It made for a better ending of a film than the ending of the first book. And like the stuff that they chose to take out from the end of Return of the King, I totally agree with. The way that they truncated the beginning of Fellowship, I totally agree with. And then there's what I would consider to be a major plot point, one major plot point that was changed, but it's kind of spoilery, so I'm not going to say it. But I also agree with that change, and it kind of coincides with leaving out the, I guess you'd call it an epilogue of sorts of Return of the King. Pulp Fiction is an interesting one because it's a film that I acknowledge is really good and influential, and I did enjoy seeing it for the first time, and I have rewatched it and still enjoyed it. But it's not something that I could endlessly rewatch. I like iconic lines. I like the pop culture influence that it had. But like Tarantino movies are such a specific mood for me that I like engaging with them for that particular mood. But I have to be in that mood to want to watch them. It's not like I could just watch this at the drop of a hat. Also, because it is hyper violent, that's a big hurdle for me too. I have a lot of challenges with watching really, really violent media, especially live action film where it's, you know, fully depicted. It like sticks with me and messes with me a lot. So I can watch it, but it often makes me feel really bad and gross afterwards, and that can be a varying amount of time depending on the film or show. And a lot of times I don't want to engage with that. You know, like I could never relax and watch Pulp Fiction. Like, even though I know exactly what's going to happen, I'm still going to be on pins and needles the entire time because I know what's coming, and I'm going to have to like sit through it and like look at it. So that's difficult for me. It doesn't like make me physically sick or like I know it's not real, you know, but I still just like, I forget what the name of this is called, but like when you see other people experiencing things, or when you hear people describe things that they are experiencing, you cannot stop yourself from like vicariously also experiencing things and like placing yourself in the same situation. It's kind of like a basic description of like empathy or true empath, but that's not the term that I'm trying to think of. There's a specific term for this, and whatever it's called, I have it. So, you know, basically anytime in a movie somebody gets like beat up or shot or killed or, you know, sick or a specific part of their body injured or something, you know, like maimed or whatever, like it's hard for me to watch because I'm imagining it happening to me, and I can't stop myself from imagining it happening to me. And I also have a very vivid imagination. So that combination makes violent media very challenging to consume. Not because, like, I think it's, like, gratuitous or juvenile or whatever. It's not, like, a moral thing. I guess it is kind of like a physical, visceral reaction, but it's very rooted in mental things, if that makes sense. And it's not like an irrational thing. Like, it's not like I am like struggling to blur the lines between, or struggling to define the lines between reality and the fiction. All right, guy, what are you doing here? You're doing your like thing where you try to get at a really weird angle and then get mad. Keep going there. He's very noisy today. Sorry if that's bothering anyone in the mic. Borat. Borat is an interesting example too. Hey Sen, what's up? Yeah, I have not seen Battle Royale. I might try to read the manga at some point. I would be fine, I think, with that. You know, still images, black and white, and not realistic looking art. But like, yeah, real people in a scenario like that wouldn't be great for me, especially since the narrative is so much about that. I mean, sure, it might be more violent, but it's not depictions of it happening to real people, which makes a big difference for me. Like, I can watch violent anime. I've watched a lot of really gory, gratuitous, over-the-top violent anime, and that's fine. When it's like real people, even if it's like goofy effects that aren't very good, whether it's like on purpose or from an older movie, it still gets me because it's a real person, even though I know it's not real. You know, like even if they like change to like a prosthetic person at the last second, you know, and you like see that and then like their head explodes or whatever and it's like goofy, it still is just kind of like I'm still imagining like your life immediately ending by a gun. But like, you know, if I'm watching Claymore and some dude gets slashed in half and like blood sprays everywhere, it's just kind of like, ha, rad, you know. Oh yeah, Borat. We're talking about Borat. Borat is an interesting example because, like, obviously, Sacha Baron Cohen is like a very like OG troll before like trolling was a really common term. He kind of pioneered that format, and trolling is like my least favorite thing in the world. It's probably what I would say is one of the biggest problems with the internet TM at large, where, you know, people can just fall back on saying that they were kidding because it's a common practice to intentionally lie to upset someone. Like, just that whole idea like rubs me the wrong way. However, I do recognize the very important political commentary and like deprecation of the American state that takes place in Borat. I did see that movie during its contemporary period, and I did enjoy it and was, you know, heavily referential of it, just like everybody else was. I'm not going to pretend like, oh, I never liked it. I was too cool for that. I never quoted it. That movie's gross and mean-spirited. Which, you know, maybe I would try to do that if it was making fun of another country that wasn't my country. But I feel like it's making fun of my country in a very constructive way, and also like a very ahead of its time way. Like there's so much political media now that is done in the same way, where, for example, we're not going to talk about politics, but for example, someone who has a certain political view, let's go completely abstract. Let's say we live in a country where there's a yellow political group and a purple political group, okay? And let's say there's a YouTuber or a journalist, comedian type person that is very clearly a supporter of the yellow political movement, and they will go to events that are in support of the purple political movement, and they will go and talk to these purple people posing as themselves a purple person, but they are a yellow person in disguise, right? And they'll like pretend to agree with the purple person to get the purple person to say more purple things. And then the way that they edit and frame the content together is clearly to lampoon the purple people and their purple opinions, or to get the purple people to lampoon themselves just by purpling, right? And that's very much what Borat was, is like, I'm just gonna let these people talk, and just by like kind of barely influencing the conversation and a little bit of editing, could really like expose some like either misinformation or horribly bad opinions, things like that. Very, very ahead of its time. So while I probably would never rewatch Borat for a number of reasons, I think we are forced to recognize kind of like the cultural influence and importance that it had. Love Guru. I could never bring myself to watch Love Guru. I'm very surprised that Anakin listed this as one of his favorite movies. I don't know if I could say I still love Mike Myers, but I definitely loved Mike Myers. I think Mike Myers has done a pretty incredible body of work up to a certain point. But Love Guru was like pretty much unanimously where he jumped the shark, and it was enough. I loved pretty much everything he did up to that point. I don't think I could rewatch the Austin Powers movies anymore, because it's pretty outdated. Like, the nostalgia would be there for sure. At the time, I was enamored with those movies. I couldn't wait for the next one to come out. I'd go see them with my dad. We loved them. They were so funny. Everybody was quoting them, you know, at school and whatever. They were great. But now, they're pretty impossible to go back to. I think, you know, stuff like Wayne's World, So I Married an Axe Murderer, the first two Shreks, those are fine. I could still go back to stuff like that. And, you know, probably some old SNL stuff that he did that I could probably dig more into before he started doing a bunch of movies. But he hasn't done anything funny in a very long time. And I think it's just like, he's still got the same sense of humor, and that sense of humor is pretty outdated. Not in like a problematic sense necessarily. There's probably some of that, but more so just like it just doesn't hit the same. Like, it's like somebody trying to watch Abbott and Costello in 2024. Like, they might be able to see how it was funny at the time, or they might see like how it's clever, but it's been so derived upon and like quoted and evolved since then that they just can't really enjoy it in like an uproarious kind of way. Who's on first will never die. Yeah, I mean, that's a great example. It's like a, you know, classic example. Like it's like a cultural touchstone, or if you want to call it that. It's a incredibly important milestone in the comedy world. It's like one of those things, like you have to be aware of this, right? If you're gonna do comedy or sketch comedy or TV, like you have to be aware of this famous sketch and its existence. And you have to acknowledge that it's funny. But like, are you gonna sit there and watch it and like laugh your pants off? Maybe, but probably not. But like, you can, if you can watch it and acknowledge, oh, this is very clever. I see why this was so massive at the time. Why it was so revolutionary. Hopefully you can see that if you're somebody that's going into sketch comedy or TV or whatever. But, you know, the more time passes, the harder it gets to see things through their contemporary lens. But there's also people who would see something like Who's on First and be like, I hate this. It's so cringe. Get it off my screen. That vomit. Like, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And, you know, I get where those people are coming from. I know why they think that. I don't necessarily agree, because I can see like the cultural importance and like, you know, how it was so new at the time. But I understand why people have that kind of a visceral reaction to like old-timey comedy, because it has this certain vibe to it that's like very not cool right now and hasn't been for a long time. You wish it were still in print? Oh, the Battle Royale manga? Yeah, that's one that's kind of like loosely on my list as a recommendation to check out next time I feel like I want to read a manga. But if I can't get it in print, that may not happen. I really like reading manga in print, if at all possible. Next movie on the list is Yes Man. I've only seen that movie like maybe once or twice. I remember thinking it was really profound at the time, but I have a feeling if I went back and watched it, I might not think so again. Like the whole idea of like say yes to everything and your life will be more fun is a very like self-help book kind of mindset, in that it is very short-sighted, and like idealistic. You know, like it's inspiring to hear and it's exciting to try, but obviously you're not going to have the experience of the character in the movie by having like all these like happenstance things perfectly align to bring you to this like magical place that you could have never otherwise got to. You know, like there's like a 1% chance that could happen to you, and that's like the idea behind the idea. But I don't know. I think like going through music school definitely killed the yes man mantra for me. Like when you're like in a creative curriculum or a creative career, all of your mentors and a lot of your peers probably, and like, you know, well-rooted resources are probably going to tell you something similar. Like, you know, if you're a early like graphic artist or musician or whatever, they're going to tell you take every gig that you can get, right? Because these professions are historically, you know, stereotypically starving artists, right? So it's like you're going to struggle to make ends meet if you choose this career path. So when you're starting out, say yes to everything, because you never know what it's going to lead to. You know, you might make connections that'll lead to something else. You might end up liking the gig more than you think that you will. You know, all these other things, like be optimistic, right? Be open-minded is like the deeper idea. And I heard that so often. It was drilled into me so much throughout music school that the idea definitely just got very cheapened, because I myself and many people around me, friends and peers, engaged in that mantra of saying yes to everything. And you got to see all of the ones that didn't go well. And for myself, feel the ones that didn't go well, where you said yes to a gig and then wished for all that was holy that you had said no to the gig. And, you know, you finally get to a point where you're like, I have got to start saying no to stuff, and it feels really good to say no to stuff. And, you know, you can start a career in a creative profession by saying yes to everything, but you will not continue to say yes to everything. And if saying yes to everything gets you to a point where you're really, really happy and you're doing what you want to do, that's probably the point where it switches to you having to say no to a lot of stuff. You know, you say yes until you get like, okay, now I'm a film composer. I wanted to be a film composer. I said yes until I became a film composer. Or I said yes until I got a studio gig. Or I said yes until I got a Grammy, or, you know, whatever you're doing. You're probably going to start saying no quite a bit after that. So you can't live that mantra forever. It's an exercise. Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm assuming Anakin means the recent one. I'd say it's a good movie, but definitely not a great movie. It's fun. I think the actors did a great job. Whatever. Mad Max, I don't know if he means the original or the remake. I've only seen the remake. The remake was cool. I don't know anything about Mad Max lore. I don't really know where it starts. Seems like kind of an iceberg. Kind of turns me off. I like the visuals of the movie. I like the sound design. I liked the practical effects and things that probably weren't practical effects but managed to look like practical effects. I'm always going to be supportive of practical effects. But I haven't thought about that movie since I saw it. I didn't see Furiosa. Not really chomping at the bit, too. Godfather. This is another one like Pulp Fiction where it has the violence thing that doesn't sit well with me. Godfather's not nearly as gory and gratuitous as Pulp Fiction, but it still has lots of people just like instantly dying, which is very difficult for me. But I do recognize that it's like a classic film, great story, has amazing visuals and music. It's a very powerful story. I can rewatch it, so I would say it is a great, great film. I don't know if I would say it's one of my favorite films, though. Seven, I've never seen it. Can't say anything about it. And then he clarified that he meant the Michael Bay Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, which... wow. That's a pretty bad movie, in my opinion. I'm a big Ninja Turtles fan. I did watch that movie right when it came out. I was optimistic and on board. I was not memeing on it before it came out, but I didn't feel much from it. I liked that it tried to do some things different and didn't just copy the things that came before it, but I don't think I'll ever watch it again. I like the original 1989 Turtles movie the most. I think it's phenomenal. I think it's a masterpiece. The second one is great. And I would say that those are both probably some of my favorite movies. The first one, absolutely. The first Ninja Turtles movie from 1989 is probably like a top 10 movie for me. I love that movie. And then he closed it off with The Batman, which is also probably one of my favorite movies. It's definitely my favorite Batman movie. I think it is the best Batman movie. And I will put my flag on that hill proudly. I think it's better than all the other Batman movies we've ever had. And I really, really like that movie a lot. I'm very excited for anything that Matt Reeves puts out Batman-wise. I loved Penguin, and I'm very excited for his next movie. The Caped Crusader show was cool. I don't know exactly how much he did for that, but I know he was involved. Okay, we talked about movies. Modern day capitalism where everyone is looking to exploit you. You can't say yes to just everything. Yeah, exactly, Pirate. Exactly. Well, you're an artist. You probably heard that a lot too. Maybe you didn't go to school for art and you're just self-made, but I'm sure somewhere along your journey, you heard a lot of people telling you to say yes to everything. It gets pretty exhausting when you're actually in one of those creative fields and people are saying that to you all the time. And, you know, you want to believe that these people who are either more successful than you or have been around longer than you doing what you're trying to do, you want to believe that they're right and that that's good advice. And maybe you want to believe that it's that easy. But after you do it for a while, your perspective shifts. All Michael Bay movies are terrible, with the sole exception of The Rock. Don't think I've ever seen that one. I don't know what Michael Bay movies I have seen other than like the first couple of Transformers and Ninja Turtles that we were just talking about. I can't even recall. Like, I'm sure I have seen other Michael Bay movies, but I probably don't know them as Michael Bay movies. Is Speed Michael Bay? Or is that like Bruckheimer? Bad Boys? Bad Boys was Michael Bay? I don't care about Bad Boys. I get why people like it. It's a fun buddy action movie. Speed was someone else. Yeah, I've never been like a big action movie person, so it's really not my genre. So he's already on the back foot with me there. Okay, let's talk about charity. Next month, which is coming up here in a couple of weeks, the first week of February, I'm going to be doing a marathon of special streams to support charity with a bunch of other really cool and talented streamers. We're going to be supporting the American Heart Association. And this is like a nationwide, possibly international effort. We are not some like exclusive team of streamers chosen to participate in this fundraising effort. American Heart Association does, I think, every year, like a fundraiser in February, and anybody can participate. But myself and Dr. Leandra and a bunch of other talented streamers are forming like a team, as it were, to kind of partner up and stream during this week and fundraise together. And we're all going to be doing our own streams with like different themes. Everyone's going to have their own little like incentives that you can put donations towards. So I'm going to show you first who I'm fundraising with, and how perfect that Pirate is in the chat, because Pirate made this image. Or maybe, Pirate, did you make this image, or did you just make the avatars and somebody else put them together? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter really, because the coolest part is the avatars. These are the 10 streamers on the team with me that will be streaming. I'm putting their links in the chat for you. Please go follow all of them. Okay, there you go. You made the pixel art. Leandra put them on a rectangle. Good job, Doc. So February 1st through 7th, all 10 of us will be doing different streams at different times of different stuff, but all of the donations are going towards the same charity, the same cause. And I'm going to go over with you my schedule of what I plan to do. So let's have a look at that. Oh, I just dumped the links in the chat again. That's fine. I meant to do this. And then we're going to do this. So here's my schedule. I normally only stream on Tuesdays and Fridays. But that week, we're going to be streaming Monday through Thursday. And I'll be streaming Friday if we hit a certain milestone. So Monday, I'm going to be doing a 31-star run of Super Mario 64. And Tuesday, I'm going to be doing an any percent run of Super Mario World. More on that in a moment. On Wednesday, the 3rd... Wait, no, the 5th. Sorry, I can't read. On Wednesday the 5th, I will be doing a 5-dungeon Ocarina of Time randomizer seed. On Thursday the 6th, I will be doing a Pokemon Blue any percent speedrun. And then if we reach a donation total of at least $1,000 sometime before the end of Thursday's stream, I will stream on Friday and do a Pokemon Stadium rental randomizer, which is where you generate 6 random numbers between 1 and 149, and then those are the Pokemon that you use as rentals to try to get through as many cups as you can, for better or for worse. It's quite fun. Now, this would be cool in and of itself if I just played these 4 to 5 games to raise money, but I've come up with a bunch of special things that y'all can put donations towards to make the streams longer, to make the games harder for me, things that will affect what happens in the game, and all sorts of stuff like that to make it more engaging and more fun. So we're going to go over those. I'm going to teach y'all some vocab. If you were here on Tuesday, I talked about all this before, but I'm going to keep drilling it in so that y'all don't forget, and so that it becomes rote learned, and once the week comes, we are locked in. So I'm going to hit this button here, and it's going to switch over, and you're going to see a bunch of new information pop up. These are all the incentives that are going to be available. The donation tracker and everything is going to be handled through Tiltify, which is a very reliable platform. It's very commonly used on Twitch. If you've done other charity stuff on Twitch, either as a streamer or a donator, it was probably through Tiltify. So the donations don't go to me, they go directly to AHA when you send it in. There's no like fees taken out or shady stuff or whatever. Tiltify is just the go-between to get the money from you to AHA. When you go to donate, you can choose an incentive to put your donation towards. You don't have to, but I will be strongly encouraging you to, because of what you can essentially unlock. So let's go through that. Tiltify calls these rewards and targets. That is their distinction. So while they are incentives, and you may be used to the word incentive from something like GDQ or other charity marathons, you can use that word to understand how these function, but it's important for us to distinguish the difference between a reward and a target, because they don't function the same way. But they are technically incentives for all intents and purposes. Targets are a group effort that you can put your donations towards collectively to unlock. So if you have a $100 target, you could throw in $5, somebody else could throw in $5, somebody else could throw in $1, somebody else could throw in $20, etc., until the bar fills up, until the bucket fills up and gets to $100, and then that target is unlocked, right? So they're team efforts. Rewards are kind of the opposite. Rewards are single, one-time donation incentives, and they are a limited quantity as well. So these are things like choosing the file name for Ocarina of Time, choosing the trainer name for Pokemon Blue, naming a Pokemon, stuff like that. You can go in and make a single donation of a certain amount and buy, essentially, with your donation. Probably shouldn't use the word buy, but you can choose with your donation what those names or values that go into the game are. And you can't do it with a donation amount less than the total cost, and no one else can help you unlock it. It's not a group effort, it's one of one. So the incentive there is, do you want to be the one that gets to pick the thing? because obviously only one person can choose Link's name for the Ocarina of Time playthrough. Only one person can choose Squirtle's name for Pokemon Blue, or the player's name, or whatever. So you got to go in there and snatch it up if it's something that you want. That's how the rewards work. So targets are buckets that you can fill up together. Everybody throws in their piece, and then the thing happens when the bucket fills up. Rewards are one of one. I want this. I want to influence this thing. I'm going to make a single donation by myself and choose that thing. Okay, that's the difference. We have significantly more targets than we have rewards, but I'm going to go in order of the schedule here. We're going to go by game. These are going to be time sensitive based on what game is being played, because obviously we can't unlock incentives for a game that we already played, right? If I already played Mario 64, filling up the bucket to make the run longer doesn't do anything. The money's still going to a good cause, but you probably wouldn't want to put your donation towards those incentives. You'd want to put it towards the current game or the next game. Hi, little guy. Just got a big smile from Backlog Baby. Are you excited about charity incentives? Yeah? You really like raising money for a good cause? Yeah. I'm feeding my son. That's why there's a big blur on the screen. He's almost done. We'll be done in a few minutes here. I'm just going to wrap up with him and with telling you all about these incentives, and we'll get back to the game. Thanks for bearing with me. You're pretty full, huh? I mean, you did good. We're in extra innings. You've had enough. You don't have to have more. I'd love it if you did. Just going to make it available to you for a few more minutes, okay? Don't fight me. Just take it if you want. So on Monday, we're gonna play Super Mario 64. I'm gonna do a 31-star run. If no donations come in, I get 31 stars, and we're done with it. Or rather, if no donations come in towards the specific targets for Mario 64, then I get 31 stars and I beat the game, which is possible if you're not familiar with that. But you can extend the Mario 64 speedrun to where I have to collect 70 stars. That's a $100 bucket. Or to collect all 120 stars, and that's a $250 bucket. Pretty straightforward on that one. You can make the run longer. That's pretty much it. I started off intentionally with that game because it's pretty straightforward and easy to understand how that works. And it's also the least number of rewards and targets for any given game. I didn't really know what else I could possibly add to Mario 64. I'm not capable of doing a 16-star run. I'm not good at MIPS clip, so I'm not gonna, do a 16-star run and then try to get y'all to extend it to 31 before 70. So that's what we got for Mario 64. On Tuesday, I said I was gonna be playing Super Mario World, and I said we were gonna be coming back to that. Well, I'm gonna be playing Super Mario World on the Super Mario All-Stars plus Super Mario World Super Nintendo cartridge. So there are 4 other games on that cartridge. Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, 3, and Lost Levels. So the targets for the Tuesday stream are to add those additional games. So you can have me do up to a 5-game gauntlet. And if we get all of those, we don't necessarily have to get all of those in order to do this, but the other target that we have is to add the Star Road and bonus levels to Super Mario World. So instead of just beating Bowser, rolling the credits, and calling it good, we would go back and do the extra levels that are kind of secret and a lot more challenging. So those are all available, and these are also like not sequential. These targets are not sequential. So for example, you don't have to unlock Super Mario Bros. 1 to unlock Super Mario Bros. 2. You don't have to unlock Super Mario Bros. 3 to unlock Lost Levels. These are all completely independent from each other. You can choose to put your donation towards whichever one you're most excited about, or which one's the closest to filling up. whichever one you think is going to make me suffer the most, which is Lost Levels, you know, that kind of thing. It's totally independent. It's all for fun. And you don't need to fill up, you don't need to unlock the other 4 games in order to go after the bonus levels for Super Mario World. For 1, I couldn't figure out how to set it up that way. And then for 2, I think it's just more fun to give y'all the freedom to go after what you want. So that's the way that's going to work on Tuesday. For the Wednesday stream, I'm opening a channel point prediction for anyone who wants to participate. We got an ad coming up. I'm almost done yapping. Yoshi won the last one. Yoshi versus Donkey Kong going to happen again. 2 minutes to get your points in. Ooh, you got a full tummy. I'm trying to get him to burp. He's not burping yet. On Wednesday, we're gonna be. This is like the big show for me. For those who don't know, I used to stream exclusively Ocarina of Time Randomizer. That's actually what got me onto Twitch. I started playing it for fun early on during the pandemic, and I actually would stream it to my friends on Facebook. As cringe as that is to say, and weird to think about. And after I got kind of comfortable with that, I was like, well, I'll just try it on Twitch. And you know, here we are now. But I did that for like a year straight. I streamed Zelda once a week for like a year, and I got like really into learning all the different tricks and boss quick kills and tech, trying to get faster and faster, drive my times down. And I had the goal of eventually like entering in a tournament. I never did, but I did learn a lot and I got good at it. I did get a little burnt out, but I love Zooter. It's one of my favorite things. So I'm very excited about that run. I did a practice seed last weekend, and I'm going to do another one this weekend that I'm very excited about. Your incentives for this run are to, what's the matter, little guy? You want more? I can give you more. I think he's just ready to be put down because he's done, but let's see. He's also definitely very stinky right now. You know what? I'm going to have to just go take care of him, and then I'll talk a little bit more about this when we get back before we get into the game. But I'm going to go ahead and run the ad. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank y'all for being here and listening to me yap. We'll get back to Suikoden very shortly. Good luck if you're in the ad break.
This game's winner is Yoshi.
Alrighty, folks. Welcome back. Yo, Lisa. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the raid and run. Sorry I was on BRB. Welcome in, everybody. Retro Gem, nice to see you. Shix, welcome in. How's it going? Let me get resituated here. We just had our last fight between Yoshi and Donkey Kong. Yoshi ends up winning the entire matchup 9-2. But we're going to switch characters after this. So, let's reset our score on both sides. And we're going to be switching to Captain Falcon in the red corner and Kirby in the blue corner. Kirby's a bit behind here. He's the only character who has not appeared a second time yet. This will be his second appearance. Kirby lost his last matchup 2-9 against Fox, and Captain Falcon lost to Pikachu 5-6 and defeated Samus fairly recently 9-2. Okay, let's come back over to the big camera for a second here. Welcome in, everybody. We just got done with Bottle Time, which is where I feed my baby son on stream and yap for an hour. But we're going to be going back to Suikoden IV, my first playthrough. I'm working my way through the series in a kind of a weird playing order. But y'all go ahead and I know the bot shouted out Lisa. But y'all go follow Lisa. Lisa's a great streamer, great gamer. Fun person to chat with and listen to. Cool person. Those of you that are coming in from the raid, thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate it. I'm going to be doing a marathon of charity streams the first week of February, and I was just going over some of the details, finishing up going over some of the details when the ad hit. So I'm going to finish up doing that, and then we're going to go back to the game here. This will only take a couple of minutes. We just talked about these first 2 days here, Monday and Tuesday, and what the incentives are. The Wednesday incentives, I was kind of waxing about my history with Ocarina of Time randomizer, and I got a little bit off on a tangent. My mic is staticking a little. Okay, thank you, Shix, for letting me know. I'm going to go reset my interface. That's annoying, but it does happen. Okay, hopefully that takes care of it. Yeah, I wish I knew what caused that. With the exception of the interface being powered on for long periods of time, I don't know what causes that. Because it doesn't always happen after it's been on for a long time. But resetting it always fixes it. So, I don't know. It's just, excuse me, Ghost in the Machine. So, Wednesday, February 5th, I will be doing a 5-dungeon Ocarina of Time randomizer seed. But we have a target to extend it to all dungeons. So if that bucket fills up, I will do all 8 of the dungeons before fighting Ganon instead, even though only 5 of them will be required to get to Ganon. And then there's kind of a joke target incentive here, where you can make me 100% the game, but you would have to find a way to raise $1,000 in order to do that. I don't think that will happen. Part of the reason why I have that incentive is because I think it's funny to taunt you with it. I also think it's funny to imagine a world where somehow it does get met and I have to do that, and it would be really, really time consuming and kind of a nightmare. But we would do it. And I also like the idea of if somehow all the other somewhat more attainable incentives get met, there is at least something to work towards, even if there's no chance that we'll get it. But at least you have some kind of bucket to throw your donation in, right? If all the other ones happen to fill up. So I have 2 kind of like what I'm calling far-fetched incentives. Far-flung. And the last incentive for OOT is a reward, which means it's 1 of 1 and only 1 person can get it, and that is to choose the file name. So, you know, Link's name, file name, whatever, however you want to think of it. It'll appear a few times throughout the run. You know, anytime we reset the game, we'll see that, which is fairly common. You know, save warping is a very common thing. And then also, there's a couple of key points of dialogue where it will show up. There's not as many key points of dialogue because it's a randomizer and it skips a lot of the story scenes. So, you know, we're not going to talk to Rudo. We're not going to talk to Darunia. But we will talk to the Goron that has the same name as us. And a few other things. So that's that. And then Thursday will be a Pokemon Blue any % speedrun. And when I say speedrun, be nice. I'm not nearly as good at this speedrun route as I am at the OOT one, and I'm not even as good at it as I am at the 31-star Super Mario 64, which I'm also, like, not great at. I'm not going to be timing myself for any of these. It's more so I'm going to be playing through Pokemon Blue using the any % speedrun route. It's probably not going to be terribly fast. That's not super the point. The point is that we're going to get through the game in 1 day and not get super sidetracked, but you have the ability to make it longer. So I'm excited to do it. I'm going to be following a guide. If things go wrong, obviously that extends the run as well, which is kind of nice. The goal is not for me to beat it as fast as possible. The goal is just for me to have a plan and be able to beat it in one day. So to start off, it will be an any percent glitchless, I should specify, speedrun. Any percent with glitches would be incredibly boring. We would just do some weird stuff and warp to the credits. That's bummer. We're gonna actually play the whole game. There are the most rewards possible for this one, as far as, or not the most rewards possible, but there's a lot of rewards for this run. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's some cool targets too. For rewards, pretty simple. Player name, you know, like the trainer that we play as. So you see that every time your Pokemon gets sent out. We see it every time we pause the game and go into the menu. Yo, what's up, Draconics? Yes, this is for charity. This is for the American Heart Association. We talked about this a little bit on Tuesday. We're just revisiting, drilling it home, talking about some of the incentives. Yes, this is all for charity. This is not money that will go to me. This is for the American Heart Association. For preventing and researching heart disease and heart conditions, which is the #1 killer on the planet. More people die from heart conditions than anything else, not sharks or guns or wars. It's heart stuff. So for Pokemon Blue, you can choose the player name. You can choose the rival name. So we fight the rival like 4 or 5 times throughout the run. So you'll see their name every time we fight them. And like, I guess in a couple of dialogue boxes where he's referenced. Then there's a reward to name the starter Pokemon Squirtle. We have to choose Squirtle for the speedrun route. So sorry, Charmander and Bulbasaur fans. It's going to be Squirtle. But you can name Squirtle, who we use for a little bit, but not the whole run. And then you can also name Nidoking, which is like the main Pokemon for pretty much the entire run. So that's why the Nidoking and the player name are more expensive than the rival and Squirtle, because those two will be on the screen a lot more. So they are priced accordingly. Those are 1 of 1. Whoever gets those first gets to pick those. That's it. There's no multiple entries. I don't have a clean way to like take a couple of entries and then turn it into like a bid war for which name wins. They have a way to do that, but I don't have a good way. Yeah. I'm not going to waste time explaining it. It's kind of complicated. We will have one bid war, though. I forgot to mention this. They call it a poll on Tiltify, but it's a bid war, if you're familiar with that from, you know, GDQ or other charity marathons. On the Wednesday stream, just to back it up one day for a second, on the Wednesday stream for Ocarina of Time, there are 3 different tunics, shirts, that Link can wear. They will be random colors. We don't have to necessarily get them all to complete the playthrough, but I will be going out of my way to get all 3 of them, and then you will be able to donate for which of the 3 tunics you would like to be worn for the final Ganon fight. It's kind of like a save versus kill the animals thing from Super Metroid. It's just like a little thing that happens at the end of the run. It's not a super big deal. It's just a fun way to try to incentivize people to pitch more money in. We don't know what the colors will be. We'll find out as we play. But you will be able to vote with your donation. You will be able to vote with your donation for the tunic that you want before we know the colors. So that's kind of interesting. Obviously, we'll know the Kokiri tunic color immediately when starting the game. So if you really, really love the way the first tunic looks and you don't care what the other 2 looks like, you know, you can start filling up that option. Are the incentives for that day only, or is it cumulative? I'm a little confused by the question, Draconics. Obviously, the incentives that are specific to specific games will end at the end of that day, and you won't be able to. You know, they like all of these rewards and targets have a timer that ticks down, and after a certain point, you will not be able to redeem them or put towards them anymore because that game will be over. but they are cumulative in the sense that they all go towards the same thing. So whether you choose to donate towards extending Mario 64 or extending Super Mario All-Stars or Pokemon Blue, they're all going towards the same like charity, the same fundraiser efforts. So I'm not sure if that's what you mean by cumulative. Oh, you're talking about Pokemon Stadium. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. So we didn't talk about the targets for Pokemon Blue. Normally in Pokemon Blue, you don't do any of these things that are listed in the targets. So these are ways to make the speedrun longer. We would deviate from the speedrun route to do these things. Those are catching Mew, catching Mewtwo, and catching the 3 legendary birds. Those are all separate targets that you can put towards. We can unlock 1, 2, 3, any of those in any combination in any order. You don't have to do any of these in any specific order. They're all completely standalone, and you can choose what you want to put towards. We don't have to unlock Catch Mew to be able to start going after Catch Mewtwo. It doesn't work like that. Everything is completely separate and will be open right away. And then again, we have another kind of like shoot for the stars, far-fetched incentive for me to get every single Pokemon and collect all 151 and complete the Pokedex. I think there's no shot that y'all pull that off, but I am prepared to do it if you do. We would catch every normally obtainable Pokemon in Blue via normal methods. So, you know, Safari Zone, rare encounters, legendaries, all that we would do as they appear. And then we would use the Trainer Fly glitch or the Mew glitch, if you prefer, to catch all the ones that are exclusive to Red, and the other 2 starters, and I think that's it. Yeah, just version exclusives and the other 2 starters would be the only things that we would have to use the Mew glitch for. Oh, and the trade evolutions. Which there's only 4 of those. So everything else we would do normally. And this would all be on hardware. No fast forward, no save states, no Game Shark, all on real hardware. Very simple to do. Maybe I should add another target for the Professor Oak fight. That'd be kind of funny. We could also do the Professor Oak fight, which is another real thing that is able to be done on hardware with fun setups and glitches. Okay, Pokemon Stadium. Draconix asked about Pokemon Stadium. So, all donations, whether you put it towards a reward or a target or not, it all goes into one big global bucket. That is the donation total, right? And there will be what we are going to call milestones that will happen as the donation total reaches certain amounts. And the $1,000 milestone is unlocking the Pokemon Stadium rental rando on Friday, February 7th. So to start off, that stream is not going to happen. That stream will only happen if all of the different donations that come in, whether they're towards specific things in specific games or not, all the donations will have to total up to at least 1,000 before the end of Thursday's stream in order to get the Friday stream. So that is the sense in which donations are cumulative. I think that's the answer you were after. We will also have a milestone for $1,500 raised and $2,000 raised. I haven't nailed down what those are yet, but I can tell you that the $1,500 milestone is going to be something like me doing something wild on stream. It will probably be like exercises. It'll probably be like I have to do like an absurd number of push-ups or weight lifts or something like that. And then the $2,000 milestone will be something that happens after the marathon during like a regular stream. Like, oh, I play this game that I said I was never going to play, or I'm going to play this game that's not a first playthrough, so I wouldn't normally stream it, but I really love it and people want to see me play it, or something like that. I haven't nailed down what those are going to be. So while we're doing these streams, to help y'all keep track of all this stuff, there's going to be like bars and overlays on the screen. So there will be like a cumulative total. So at all times, you will be able to see the total number of donations raised. And then whatever day it is, I will have little additional bars for the rewards and the targets of that day. So you'll know, oh, nobody has redeemed the rival name for Pokemon Blue yet. I want to redeem that before Thursday, right? Because we have to have it by the time Pokemon Blue starts. You know, everything has a cutoff point. So you'll be able to see that, and I'll be yapping about it as we go through. The reason why I have chosen games that I'm really familiar with and comfortable with is because I'm gonna have to talk a lot and like keep y'all on track and explain where we're at and how things are going, and how to do all this stuff, because I know it's a lot. And then I also want to be able to, you know, engage with chat and talk to you, and hang out and be cozy and not have to like focus on a game that I've never played before or haven't played a lot. So that's why we're doing stuff that's like so different than what you're used to seeing. I think it would be wild for me to try to do a bunch of first playthroughs or like play the same game every day on a first playthrough, or just do my normal streams. So that's why I've chosen to do all this stuff. So that pretty much wraps it up. We're going to switch back over to Suikoden now. Thank you for, again, suffering through listening to me explain all this stuff. I'm very excited about it. I want you to be excited about it as well. I'm going to keep yapping about it. We are going to open up donations before this week starts. So you'll be able to start chipping away at these rewards and targets before the streams actually start. So I'm excited about that too. I don't have a go live date for you yet, but I think it's probably going to be the week before. It might be sooner than that. I haven't decided yet. So just stay tuned. I will announce it on stream. I will announce it in the Discord. How long are the streams? Well, that depends on you, Draconics. That depends on you. Yes, it's going to be as long as I beat them, exactly. So the Monday stream where I'm doing Super Mario 64 31 star run, if the 70 star target and the 120 star target don't get met, and we're just doing 31 stars, it'll only take a couple of hours and it'll be over, and we'll raid out probably into somebody else who's doing charity stuff. But if somebody, you know, if y'all work together and fill up that 120 star target, then we're gonna be streaming for a while. we're gonna be streaming for a while, getting all them 120 stars. You know, and then on Tuesday, if none of those buckets fill up, we're just playing Super Mario World. That'll only take me like an hour or two. But if y'all make me play all 5 games and the bonus levels, we're gonna be streaming all day. We're gonna be streaming a long time. You know, so that's kind of the vibe. Like the base stream for each day is probably like 2 to 3 hours. With like what's base involved, and then has the ability to be extended to like, you know, 8 hours, 10 hours, depending on how wild y'all go and how things shake out with, you know, RNG or whatever. And then the Friday stream would be a fixed length. We're not going to be able to beat the entirety of Pokemon Stadium, regardless of how good our rental team is. That would take entirely too long. So basically the Friday stream, if the Friday stream gets unlocked, it's going to be a fixed length. It'll be my normal 12 to 5. It'll be a 5-hour stream. We'll get as far as we get. And if people really, really love it and want to see more of it, I'll add it to the Ko-fi commission list. And we can continue it. Because it'll be saved as a save file. Anyways, I'm going to go flip Backlog Baby back over onto his back, because he's napping now. And then... Actually, I might just leave him on his tummy. That's fine. And then, yeah, we're going to switch back over to Suikoden now. Thank you for listening to me yap. I know I said I was going to switch back over a couple minutes ago, and then we yapped more. So thank you again. Let's see here. I need to do some Stream Deck work. I have a lot of things on here that are in the same place, or that are the same thing in multiple different places. That's what I meant to say. So that I can access them from a couple of different folders. And one of the instances of that folder is out of date. So it doesn't have all the same things in it as the other instances of the same folder. So I go into it looking for a specific button and it's not there. So I have to go back to the other place where it is and hit it in there. Unnecessarily confusing. Okay, we're back. We're actually refighting a fight that we've already done because I was curious about a conversation option and I game overed us. But this will be very fast. These ships are unmanned. That's the twist here. I was right to pick up on the fact that there was a twist. But there wasn't anything that we could do about it. Let's see here. We're gonna shoot water at... Oh, are we shooting at both of them? Yo, that's incredible. I did not know that that was possible. That was really cool. Wow. That's the first time we've ever done that. So yeah, the twist here is that these ships are unmanned. I don't know how. And then they were sent here with the hopes of us destroying them and like lighting them on fire, and then them like ramming into us to try to catch our ships on fire and take us down. And this is silly because we should be able to just sail away from them. You know, like these ships can't be that much faster than us. We should be able to just sink them or, you know, run away from them until they burn up to the point where they can't keep chasing us. Also, how are they chasing us if they are unmanned? Shouldn't we be able to just move out of the way? If they're unmanned, wouldn't they just go in a straight line? You know? So there's a lot of like plot glue happening right here. The game is trying to force our protagonist to use this really powerful rune that can destroy cities and stuff. You know, it's like a Death Star cannon in your arm, basically. The plot is going to force our character to use it, and every time you use it, it's at the cost of the user's life force or lifespan. It has killed a lot of people so far before getting to us, including somebody that we really looked up to and cared about. So we're encouraged not to use it, but what they're trying to do here is box us into a plot situation where we're forced to use it and have to use it and live with the consequences. So that's what's going to happen here. It gave us the option to say no, and I said no 3 times in a row just because I was curious what would happen, and the game literally just game overed us. So I'm just going to say yes the first time. I don't think it's going to change anything if I say no twice and then say yes. Maybe it does, but whatever. So this is the first time we have used it like this, if I recall correctly. But maybe not. Maybe we did it the first time Obel was attacked? I can't remember now. I was thinking the last time we saw it used was when Glenn died at the very beginning, but I seem to remember it being used at Obel. This is like the most controller rumble we've had the whole game.
Oh no!
Oh no.
I'm sorry we made you do this. Quickly, let's carry him to his room. Carry that side. That's it. Take it slow.
Whoa, Kenneth is Liam O'Brien.
I just can't agree with how Ms. Eleanor does things.
I didn't realize that.
It wasn't actually wrong.
That's awesome. I love Liam O'Brien.
No, I understand. What I'm talking about is, well, just how I feel.
That's Krillin.
Damn it. Just doesn't feel right, you know?
Is that him? Really sounds like that guy. What's that guy's name? Can never remember his name. Sonny Strait. Is that him? No way he would have been in such a small role at this time. He would have been like a massive get.
I'm sorry.
If he wasn't credited. I don't think it was him. It just sounded like him for a second.
We've met before, haven't we?
Ah, it was him.
Why have you returned? What makes you believe that I will welcome someone who purposely lost contact with me?
He's scary.
Well, I've been collecting all sorts of information, as a matter of fact.
Is that so?
Yes. That explains the lack of communication. I did not want to blow my cover. In return, if you will, I was hoping you'd make even better use of me.
Oh, I see.
The truth is, I gathered quite a bit of valuable information regarding the rune. I know that the chairman has been searching a very long time for it.
Really?
No. What does he have? He has like a wrist gun?
Unfortunately, I cannot trust you. Especially someone with quite a set of loose lips like yours.
That's a weird line. Don't die, Ramada. Ramada's a good character. I like him.
This map.
What? This map?
Take care of it.
Oh, he got it from the governor. I thought it was a message, not a map. Who did he give it to?
So, do you agree with Graham Cray's beliefs?
Okay, I'm going to pause here and catch up on some notes. So, we're forced to use the true rune to destroy the fleet. They were sent to intentionally run into us after being attacked. They knew that we would attack them and, like, catch them on fire, I guess. And then Graham Cray, sorry there's no music here, catches Ramada talking to the governor. Ramada tries to lie, but Cray is not fooled. Cray shoots Ramada with wrist gun. Ramada seems to entrust a map to someone before dying, but we don't see if so or who. Okay, and then we've captured Colton. And now we're interrogating him. Oh, you met Sonny at Youmacon once. That's cool. He seems like he would be a really nice guy. Oh yeah, let me look at this voice cast really quick here, actually. I want to see... since I've got it pulled up, I want to see who these folks are. See if I recognize anybody. I'm assuming I probably won't recognize them. Oh yeah, we heard Steve Bloom at the beginning of the game. Doubt he'll be coming back. Unfortunately. Pretty sure that character died. Let's see. Oh, Kari Walgren. Okay. Kirk Thornton, yeah. Know them. A lot of these, they only have the Japanese actor, so it's an incomplete list. I think I should know that person, but I don't know what I know them from. Wendy Lee, that's a very well-known voice actor. It is Liam O'Brien. Okay, I was right about that. I could pick him out of a lineup anytime. Love that guy. Who was I? I was looking for Akagi. See if Akagi is Sunny Straight, but I doubt it. I don't think I've gone by him yet. Oh, the person that voices Ramada is the same person that voices Lino? Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Sorry, just bear with me here on this little tangent. I'm looking at the voice cast. Wendy Lee is 2 characters. That's not surprising. Okay, where is Akagi? Oh, no. What? Oh, they only have the Japanese actor here. I mean, I guess it could be him uncredited. It just seems really likely. Like, getting a Dragon Ball Z English dub voice actor for a video game in, like, the mid-2000s would have been so expensive. Even if it's not, you know, Sean Schimmel or, like, one of the major, arguably major characters. Still would have been super, super expensive, and I doubt they would have gone that far for such a small character. So it's probably just somebody that kind of sounds like him.
No comment.
Why?
The fleet that charged at us. Do you think that was at Kray's sole discretion?
I said no comment.
So Colton wants to talk to his lawyer.
Very well. Oh yeah, about your ships.
Oh yeah.
We'll be putting them to good use, so don't worry about them.
I guess he felt really burned by that and didn't like it.
He'll join us, don't you agree?
We'd simply be wasting our time trying to persuade him. I can see the conviction in his eyes.
I see. I'm learning so much from you.
Oh, Desmond. Oh, here we are again. I figured this was going to happen. All right, so we're in the void again. This has happened every time the rune has been used. And we usually have to interact with some floating text boxes that seem to call to a past happening that involves the rune. But this is all based on inference. None of it has been confirmed. There's usually like some little objects and stuff for us to interact with too. So it's kind of interesting that we're just running towards this light. Looks like the final boss arena from Dark Cloud. I'm sure I've said that every time. Maybe we just do this multiple times. Now, come at me. Use your strength to defeat me. Okay, this is Glenn. This is the guy who had the rune before us. And died using it, and because we were standing next to him when he died, the rune possibly arbitrarily, possibly fortuitously passed to us. Let me see if we can, like, choose not to fight him. I'm assuming not. He's just gonna stand there. Okay, well, I guess I just attack him. Usually these involve us fighting somebody that we don't want to fight. Or that we see no reason to fight. We love this man. You're much stronger than I remember. Oh, now he's talking. Bye, Glenn. Miss you. Come back, please. Would love it if you came back. You were a pretty cool guy. You were basically our dad. You were one of two father figures in Laszlo's life, and you were the good one. Okay, and we're back on the ship. That's it. Usually there's like 3 of those in one, but we just got 1 that time. Gobi's going in to check on Backlog Baby in his room. She doesn't know that I can see her. Oh! She laid down right by him. Gobi, don't lick his face. Be nice. Gobi. Good girl. No. She likes to go and try to lick the milk off of his face. Formula off his face. It's very sweet that you want to lay by him, Gobi, but you can't go in there and just lick his face endlessly. He doesn't like that. Nobody likes that. It's not nice. But it is very cute when she wants to just, like, be by him and lay by him. I can see you in there, Bobo. I know you don't understand how I can see you. Yeah. You can go in there and say hi. You just can't lick his face off, okay? Okay, I need to update the board. I haven't updated our character board sheet in a little while. Every time we recruit a character, their name gets added to this board in the game, but I'm also tracking it on pen and paper just to kind of give me a visual representation of how many characters we've recruited, just kind of in a very rough sense. So yeah, I don't have Kenneth on here. Do we have Tal? We don't have Tal. Let's see. Axel, Helga. Okay, Conrad we need to add. Flare. Oh, we have Flare now. Interesting. That hasn't actually happened officially, I don't think. Since we haven't actually landed on Obel, we left her behind. Lohak. Who is Lohak? And there's Ugetsu, the other guy, the, like, royal attendant, I guess, advisor type character. Oh, I wrote Lo Hong. It's Lo Fong. Whoops. Oh, that's right. They're all the, like, spa owner crew. Let's see. Jean, Lylon, Gareth. Gareth is new. Jeremy is new. Tanya is new. Okay. Helmut? Wait. Hold on. When did we get Helmut? Kuluk leader defeated in Razaril retake. Huh, I wrote it down. I just don't remember that. Jeremy and Ugetsu were at Nanal. I was thinking that Ugetsu was, I think his name is like Usetsu. Or no, his name is just Setsu. I was thinking Setsu. I got him mixed up with Setsu. Lo Fong, Lo Hak, and Lo Sang are the Mordo Hot Spring Trio. Okay. So many characters. Can't keep them all straight. Okay, Mitsuba. There's Setsu. Let's see. Charlemagne. Fungi. Fungi was the very first recruitable character that we met. We just got him. Rita. Maxine. Basil. Kevin Lee's Desmond. Villain. Okay, so now we're all updated. We're almost to a point now where we can just start counting how many squares are left empty. We're well over halfway. I can just easily visually see there. We're over halfway. I have another sheet here where I've written down every character that I've met that I assume that I assume is recruitable, just based on the fact that they have a name and a portrait. And I have currently filled in 89 of the 108 blanks, although some of these are definitely not recruitable characters, like Glenn, I wrote down, definitely not a recruitable character. Snow, I can't tell. I feel like Snow is going to be recruitable at some point. But I don't know. So let me update this because I have Setsu on here unchecked. We can now check him off. There's a bunch of recruits that we left behind in Obel, so we might be able to get them now. Where's Flare? I know I wrote Flare down. I did. I wrote down Flare and I checked her off. Maybe she was like part of the party for like a minute and then got taken out. Alright, so will you let me warp to Obel now? Yes. Cool. Alright, so we're gonna go look around in Obel. There may be a story beat here. There may not. But we're interested in looking for recruits. Hello. Wendell. So, that ship's finally come back. Hey, shut up and let me on, too. Nico's on that ship, too, right? Sure. Good. Well, I hope we get along. Okay. You there! Is that you, Wendell? Why are you following me? Why can't I? You're what I aspire to be. I can't wait to work with you. Okay. Wendell has joined the party. That was easy. I love when you meet the recruit and they just immediately join you. When she mentioned a character, I assumed I was going to have to come back with Nico in the party. Aspires... Wait. Obel Harbor. I'm writing down where I meet them and either what their condition was or what I think their condition is if I haven't got them yet. Aspires to be like Nico. Not sure why, but okay. We got a couple of plucky pirate. Say, Laszlo, let's go fishing sometime. I like that this random guy who doesn't even have a name, who is only known to us as Man, thinks that he can fish with us, this like famous general leading a revolutionary army around the world. It's like me inviting George Clooney over to my house to play Mario Kart. Hey, we should play Mario Kart sometime. You should come by. Oh, here's this. Hey, Mr. Laszlo, I want to come aboard your ship too, may I? From what I've heard, apparently there's treasure being hauled up from the ocean from time to time. I want to try appraising some of that treasure. Please let me come along. Perfect. Yeah, see, we met this guy super early in the game, Nabokov. So now he's replaced by a generic appraiser. So I can go back and check him off. Yeah, he was on the first page. Perfect. Do we have anything to appraise? No. I still don't know what all these treasure maps do, though. I feel like they need a person like an appraiser that can like convert them into something usable. Because we have quite a few of them. Let me see if I can find them in here. Oh, this says we only have one. Oh, here they are. Yeah, see, look how many of these we have. We have so many of these. So we need to find a character that can analyze these. I'm assuming that these will help us find other islands that are not required to beat the game. We don't have a place to put our books yet either. Although there was a comment in the comment books that made it sound like we would have one. Oh, we have another window set that we need to turn in as well. I don't know where we put our decorations yet either. We have... oh, and we need to turn in this new hammer for the smith. Man, we got a lot of stuff to do. I also didn't realize... I didn't realize there was nobody in my party. I guess that makes sense based on what happened in the story. I just hate when games do that and they don't tell you explicitly, and you have to just check. It's kind of a common thread in these games specifically, too. You look like a recruit. Do you know where Dr. Yu might have gone? He sent me to go buy medicines, but I've been unable to return to Obel for so long. I hope he's still okay. Okay, well, Yu is somebody that we have... So we probably just need to go talk to her with you in our party. She doesn't have a name. So I'm just going to write a blank instead of question marks so I can fill it in. Obel, town, looking for Dr. Yu, parentheses, blonde lady. Okay. There was one guy who was screaming and hacking and coughing behind a closed door that seemed recruitable, which was very silly. Let's see, that goes to like that laundry pool area. It's a little easy to get turned around. Oh, there's Gunter again. Join you? What's this? Wow, the ship moored in that harbor, eh? All right, very well. I shall also accompany you. This must be some sort of fate as well. I like that all the minigame people are just joining us after a while and not requiring us to do some absurd thing in their minigame in order to recruit them. We've seen this guy in a bunch of different locations, and we talk to him every time, and we play like 1 or 2 games with him. But that's the first time he's actually allowed us to recruit him. So it's probably just based on the passage of time or how many total recruits we have. You got anything good? Double strike rune. Wizard orb? Why is this so expensive? Magic up, magic defense down. I don't want to make anybody a magical glass cannon. Physical glass cannon? I'm all in. Heals when critical. Interesting. I'm gonna buy one more lightning orb because I don't remember who has it. I don't want to figure out who has it. I want to save up my money for weapon upgrades and armor upgrades. We have a lot available. Any bargain items? Sunbeam orb. Oh, I remember that one from Suikoden 2. It's cool, but it's novel. Tristan. Where is the doctor? Oh, this must be him! This must be the guy who was behind the closed door. Tristan. I'm gonna confidently write his name in. So we probably need Dr. Yu to recruit him as well. I'll complete my lap around the town before I come back. Oh, we're coming up on another ad break again. Let me get the prediction open here. Especially important since this is a first-time matchup. So we got fresh characters here. You got 2 minutes to get your points in. It's going to be Captain Falcon versus Kirby. Go ahead and get your wagers in if you would like to participate. Let's see if these folks want to join us. Sir Laszlo, I've heard that you're fighting for justice right now, right? The villains that made this beautiful kingdom suffer must not get away with it.
Dear.
Emma, you'll come with me, won't you?
Yes, of course.
Sir Laszlo, please. All right, Gary and Emma. I don't know what they're going to do for us, but you're more than welcome to come along. Got them. More people to check off. We're going to go back this way into that dungeon because there's a Hairy Fuzzball, Angel Furball, whatever they're called, that I want to go back and beat up and take whatever it's got. Hopefully it's worth it. But we should be able to run for free from all the random encounters that are in there, so. There was a minigame person in this palace, but they're not here now, so I'm gonna assume that I already recruited them. I remember it was a girl, but I don't remember anything else about them. I think we got them, but we haven't been here in a while, so I'm uncertain. I'm gonna see what's going on over here. This used to be the way that we got to our base before we ever shipped it out as a boat. So I'm assuming there's going to be nothing, but let's just see. Oh, hello. Rachel. Say, have you seen a guy named Cedric? He's incredibly quick on his feet. If you see anyone who's a quick runner, will you let me know? Of course, I will reward you for it. Okay. That seems straightforward enough. So, Rachel. Obel Cave. Wants to meet Cedric / fast runner. Okay. Anybody else hanging out in here? Any loading zones? Oh, weird. It just like automatically turns us around. Like, no, no, no. You're not going in there. Okay. So this just exists for Rachel to hang out in. People who aspire to be fast runners love to hang out in caves, I heard. Okay, I'm going to switch over to the ad. I'm going to go clean up, put some stuff away, grab another drink for myself, and I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Good luck if you're in the prediction. Enjoy the exciting new matchup that we'll be seeing for the next 11 ad breaks. BRB, thanks for being here. This will be the last ad break of the stream, by the way. Ew, Suikoden IV. This game's great, by the way. No memes. This game is really good. BRB.
Free for all! Captain Falcon! Kirby! Luigi! Kirby!
Falcon Punch! Falcon Punch! Moves! Falcon punch! Falcon kick! Falcon kick! Falcon punch! Yes! Falcon kick! Falcon kick! Falcon kick!
4, 3, 2, 1.
Falcon kick!
Time up. This game's winner is Captain Falcon.
All right, we're back. Thanks for waiting. Sorry, that one usually takes me a couple extra minutes. The 4 o'clock break is kind of a lot. I have to feed the puppies, and it's kind of impossible for it to be a tight 3 minutes. Let's see here. Captain Falcon takes round 1. Let's see how y'all voted. Nobody had any faith in either of them. Everybody wants to play the odds. All right. We'll get the stats updated here. Kirby Falk. There we go. 1-0. 1-0. Okay, thanks for sitting through the ads if you got hit with them. We're back. do not want to fight this guy. These, ironically, one of the earliest enemies that you can encounter in the game can inflict instant death. Go B. Sorry, I'm watching her on the monitor. I cannot believe that Backlog Baby has been in his room this entire time. This is miraculous. He's being an angel today. I mean, he's always really good and easy, but he's usually, you know, demanded some attention by this point. Okay, we're gonna head back to... Wait, no, we got one more area to explore. We gotta go to the little laundry pool area before we go back to the ship. We're gonna come back here again after we change our party, because we need a few specific characters to get some of these recruits. But we need to go down this way first, because there's a whole other screen that we haven't revisited yet, and I believe there was at least one recruitable character here. I'm assuming you still have, like, old armor that's not good. Gale Bandana. You can't get fooled by how it looks for Wendell. Wendell's a brand new character. Oh, the Diamond Helm. Okay, Diamond Helm and Gold Helm. But I can just check my what am I trying to say? My ship shop. It was like my brain could tell that I was gonna not say that right. Oh, what the heck? A wallpaper? I don't think we've gotten any wallpaper before that. That was unexpected. Okay, no recruits here. So we're going to quickly warp back into the ship. We need to add Dr. Yu and Cedric to our party. And then we're going to come back. Hello, Desmond. No, not Lino. Where is Yu? Wait, is Yu a support character? Oh, okay, we're gonna have to do this twice. That's annoying. Because Cedric is also a support character, and we can only have one at a time. Interesting. Okay, let me, switch back to my normal, battle party here, then. So we can feel comfy and look at, equipment. So, Bart, Mizuki, and Kate. Austin, could you remind me your Super Ads Bros contestant methodology again? Dur asks. Yes, it's quite simple. You pick the characters. 1,000 channel points. You pick the next combatants. I will tell you if you are choosing a matchup that already exists. I try to keep it interesting by having the same characters not appear twice in a row. But, you know, it's possible that we'll get to a certain point where we have to do that. But basically, as long as it's not any of the current characters that are already fighting, so that we don't have 2 in a row, and it's not a matchup that we haven't already seen, it's good to go. So, for example, right now it's Captain Falcon versus Kirby. Up next is Ness versus Link. And then whoever redeems pick a character next will be the red corner character for matchup number 15. And then the next person to redeem choose a character after that would be choosing an opponent for blue corner for whoever we pick for red corner in matchup number 15, and so on and so on and so forth. You can pick one character per stream, per person. But we can stack these matchups all the way down the line until we've literally lined up all 66 of them if we wanted to. We could have them all staked out ahead of time. We're going back into... Actually, yeah, this is kind of convenient. Back to Opal Royal Palace. We have Dr. Yu with us. So we're going to go talk to 2 characters that I think we'll be able to recruit with him. Then we'll have to go back and get Cedric. And then we will come back one more time to do the Angel Furball. I guess we might be able to do that with Cedric with us. Okay, so here's Tristan. Not Tristan, but Tristan. Doctor, why did you leave? I'm dying here. But there's nothing wrong with you. What? In fact, you are even healthier than a normal person. That can't be. Then how about this? Won't you join us aboard the ship? If you do, I will give you medicine. Oh, get on. What's going on with this guy? Is he like faking because he wants drugs and our good doctor is enabling him? What's going on here? We recruited Tristan. Oh, here it is. Noah was in Obel Castle and had a card game. He's not there anymore. How do we get Noah? We're gonna have to look for Noah. Well, it makes him feel better, so I'll keep selling him that medicine. The special flower, that is. Oh, okay. Getting him with a placebo. I like it. I approve. And that other character was down here. The blonde lady. Oh, Dr. Yu. Carrie, you're okay. Yes, and you too, Doctor. I'm so glad. This is perfect. Come with us, since we're short-handed. Mr. Laszlo, are you fine with that? Pleasure to meet you. My name is Carrie, and I'm Dr. Yu's assistant. Please ask me anything concerning medicines. Well then, please pardon me for a few. All right. Welcome aboard, Carrie. Now we got to go back to the ship. And we're going to swap out Dr. Yu for Cedric. Dur has selected Pikachu as our next red corner fighter. All right. Excellent. I don't do digital notes for games, no. I've thought about it. The main reason I don't is not because I have some, like, philosophical reason why I prefer to write with pen and paper versus type. It's mostly just because I already have so many things that I need on these screens. Being able to write my notes on pen and paper allows me to juggle one less thing to have up on my screens all the time. I've got the music playlist. I've got the Smash Bros statistics. I have the bars for the bits and stuff so I can see the counts. I have a preview of my OBS. I have the chat. I have the closed captioner. Like, I have a timer. I just, you know, it would just be one more thing that I would have to have like a tab open for, and it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But it's just one less thing. And I figure also if like I'm sitting here typing and I'm just kind of like looking at the screen and talking to myself, it might be harder for somebody watching the stream to understand what's happening. Whereas if you see me like looking down, and even though you can't actually see the pen and the paper, you know, like it's a little more telegraphed, like what's happening. Like I'm talking slowly as I write, like, you know, it's a little more telegraphed that I'm writing notes. So I don't have to explain, like I could see myself if I was typing the notes into like a Google Doc. Every time I would definitely be like, all right, guys, I'm just going to tab over to my notes here and catch up on notes real quick. Just typing out my notes, typing my notes right now, taking notes. And I'd be like I'd be going out of my way to like let people know this is what I'm doing right now. This is why I'm looking at the screen and making clickety clackety sounds, but not playing the game. So I don't know. I do like the idea of writing it by hand as well and just having kind of like a physical keepsake. And I guess there is definitely something to writing something by hand being more internalized than typing, but those are far down on the list of reasons why I write them by hand. It's very convenient for me to have this little notepad right here, and I feel like people can tell when I'm taking notes. And it's one less thing for me to have on the screen. That's pretty much the only reason. There's a ton of advantages to taking the notes digitally, obviously, because you can edit stuff, you can control F, you can go back and forth, you can, you know, do all kinds of cool formatting with colors and bold and italics and tables and whatever else. You know, there's like whole programs dedicated to taking notes. A lot of my streamer friends use them, and I think they're great. I would love to take advantage of some of those advantages, but the thought of having one more thing on my screen doesn't sound good. I'm watching Gobi now on the monitor. She's going in for more licks. Okay, that was good. Yeah, I'm watching you in there, Gobo. It's like she knows. She's like coming in here. That's good, though. You're learning. You're learning that I can see what you're doing to him even though I'm not in the room. She's never going to figure out how that's a thing. But she definitely has the capacity to learn that, okay, that's a thing. Okay, back to Obel Royal Palace. Now we're going to go back to the cave, talk to Rachel, and hopefully recruit her by having Cedric along. Come along, Cedric. Classic line. What you looking for, Gobi? She's sniffing the backlog. Are you gonna play some Game Boy games? I think Gobi's just bored. That's a pretty common mode for her to be in. Okay, you gonna join me, red-haired lady? You're Cedric, aren't you? You're kind of cute. No, I mean, you're going to pay for what you ate at the Dappled Sunshine. What? What? Wait a second. You brought him for me, didn't you? Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Come on, let's go, Cedric. I'll pay for his bill. You're going to pay for him? There's interest on the amount he owes, you know. It's 5,000 potch now. Yeah, I'll pay. Thanks for your business. Now both you and I are free. You can go wherever you want, Cedric. I'm free! On second thought, maybe I'll come along too. It seems like it could be fun. What? I don't owe you any more money, right? Haha, don't worry. You're off the hook. I'm just going because I feel like it. Well, I'll meet up with you guys after I give this money to the client. See you later. So she was a debt collector. He's a fast runner because he ran out on a restaurant bill. That's funny. I was worried for a second there that maybe I might be able to make the incorrect choice and not be able to recruit her. But 5,000 potch is nothing in this game, so I don't care about possibly trying to find a way in that conversation tree to retain my 5,000 potch and still recruit her. I'll just pay it and go. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. And then I'm gonna go right into this dungeon over here, assuming it will let me. And there was a angel furball that we left behind. Let me make sure that I'm at like full magic and everything. Yo, what's up, Halo Killer? How you doing? Oh, we are not. Okay, let me go heal and save at the inn really quick. Before we do this. These guys are really strong, so it is possible that if we got bad luck, you know, they would beat us. It's unlikely with the level of prowess that we have right now. And the fact that we won't have to worry about any of the other enemies in there. In fact, we should be able to just warp out once we win. Alright, and a fresh save here. Coming up on 60 hours game clock. That's very inaccurate, though. There's so much idle time. So much idle time. because you have like all the ad breaks and breakaways. Anytime that we go to like spin the wheel or do any type of like segment, that clock is running. The full hour of bottle time plus that clock is running. So we haven't really been playing this game for 60 hours, but the game clock is at 60 hours. All right, this dungeon was somewhat non-linear, so hopefully it doesn't take me too long to find this chest. But we should be able to run away for free from all of these. Really? Not for free? Wow. This was such an early dungeon. I would have assumed that everything here would be so low level that we would get a guaranteed release. Let's see here. We can go down and through or up. Let's go down. Alright, I think Backlog Baby is finally gonna fuss here at the end. But still miraculous how well he did today. He has never been in his room for this long. For anything without fussing. And he's definitely never been in his room for this long during a stream. So pretty exciting if we're turning a corner there. We're trying to get him used to being in his room. Mostly just for naps. We want him to start napping in his room just so he can get used to being in there. But we're also doing like tummy time and playtime in there. And sometimes I'll go in there and like sit in a chair and like read or do stuff on my phone or whatever while he's hanging out in there to try to get him used to being in there, not by himself. These seem like new enemies than the first time we were here. It's like they knew that we would come back. These guys, I would have remembered these guys, and we also would be killing them in 1 or 2 hits if they were the same ones from the beginning of the game. And they probably wouldn't be doing any damage to us if they were from early in the game too. They're doing pretty good damage. So let's see how much... oh, they just keep coming back? Hold on, this is a problem. You probably have to kill them all at once. Yeah. Yikes. Well, apparently they give a pretty good experience. Oh, it's a scaling thing. Interesting. Yeah, they really knew we were going to come back for this one chest, huh? I want to say it's in this room. No? Alright, let's try the other direction. I know it wasn't that far in. I'm sort of second-guessing myself and thinking that there might actually be 2 of these in here. But initially my memory was confident that it was just 1. Great. Okay, good. I don't want to fight these gimmicky enemies. Yo, what's up, Gad? I owed you a spin from Tuesday, and I want you to know that I made good on it at the beginning of stream today. And I did 10 push-ups. And also, thank you for the first official use of the bottle emote. I swapped out one of the follower emotes for a bottle, just because somebody in the Discord mentioned having a bottle emote, or maybe it was in here. I don't remember. But I thought that was actually kind of a funny idea. We'll see if y'all actually use it. I don't know when you would use it other than during bottle time, like maybe at the beginning. But I guess it would be funny. I like the idea of spamming a bottle emote if the streamer is like pouting. You know? Which I guess is me sometimes. Like if I was like complaining about something, you could like troll me and tease me with like spamming the bottle emote. Y'all don't usually engage in that kind of behavior. Y'all are usually like extremely wholesome. Come on, really? Yo, happy Friday to you as well, Gad. Congratulations. Next Rune Factory got pushed back to May. I didn't even know they were working on one. Who's making Rune Factory these days? Baby bottle troll. Where is this dang chest? It's weird how this is one of the first dungeons in the game, and it's also one of like the most like serpentine labyrinth-like dungeons. Oh, Marvelous is making them. I am a big fan of Marvelous, actually. I actually just bought a lot of games. When I say a lot, I mean like a group, like a handful, not actually a lot. I guess by some standards it might be a lot of games. Like 5 or 6 games that I just bought. One of them is a Marvelous game. Here it is. Okay. We're gonna top off our health. We haven't used any magic. Here we go. Xseed's taken over publishing since the name change split. What's the name change split, Halo Killer? Who did a name change? Who did a split? Rune Factory? Xseed? Marvelous? Okay, here's how this works. We do Scorched Earth with Kate. Bartholomew just attacks over and over and over. That's right, we were going to give him the lightning rune. And then we spam Shrike rune on every turn that we don't heal. Harvest Moon turning into Story of Seasons. The old publisher kept the Harvest Moon name. Oh, I see, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay. It's like a Mighty Number 9 kind of situation. Sort of. Okay, we're gonna group heal. Sorry, I gotta kind of pay attention to this fight. So now we switch to Blazing Wall. We've done the same gambit for all of these fights, so theoretically we can just do the same thing every time. And now we're going to do Clay Guardian. So yeah, Harvest Moon's old publisher was Natsume, right? Or were they also the developer? But yeah, the old Harvest Moon devs are still making them, but it's called Story of Seasons. And those same devs also make Rune Factory. Okay, interesting. All right, we're fully healed and we're buffed. Continue Blazing Wall. One more of those. Attack. Shrike. And then the Shredding. Not confusing at all. It's a little confusing. It's not too bad, though. Oh, now baby guy's upset. I'll go grab him in a sec. We'll come put him in the bouncer. Give him some company. He's done such a good job. He deserves it. Okay, I think now we switch to Eternal Ordeal. Yeah. Attack. Shrike. Shredding. Okay, gonna go grab him real quick.
You're bouncing.
Oh, almost sat on the controller. Okay. I know you meant it sarcastically. Let's see. Looks like he didn't do very much damage, so good to go. Eternal Ordeal. Oh, he didn't do any damage. We did damage to ourselves. Okay. So he must have missed. That's nice. Okay, we're out of shredding. So now Kate is relegated to basic attacks until she has to restore our buff, which should be next turn. I believe this is the third turn right now. Yeah, it can be very... This has been a topic that's been on my mind a lot lately, actually, Halo Killer. You are correct in that sarcasm doesn't come across super concretely in text, and it's kind of an art. Wow, okay. He can just one-hit KO me. Fair enough. Let me get through this turn really quick. Eternal Ordeal. Shrike, and then we're gonna have Kate use the Jizo Clock. Hopefully he doesn't hit Bart immediately after he comes back. We may get unlucky. I watch a lot of random content, you know? There are certain, like, people that I specifically follow. Oh, we got him. Nice. You know, certain people that I specifically follow, that I watch regularly, and then, you know, random people that I come across. Ooh, we got the golden hammer. Oh my god. That's a great reward. Let me see if I can use the mirror in here. I can. Okay, so escape talisman is completely useless now. We're talking about sarcasm. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is there are a lot of videos and specific people that I come across that often complain to their audience, whether it's like their audience of regulars, or they complain about their audience in like a more general sense, like just addressing people or whatever. And they often have this complaint that their viewers aren't picking up on sarcasm. Like, they'll find themselves in a situation where somebody is upset that they said a certain thing, or, you know, whatever, and then they have to relitigate it, and they're always like, I was being sarcastic. Like, how could you guys not tell that I was being so sarcastic? It was so obvious that I was being sarcastic in that moment, you know, and they have to, like, show a clip of themselves, and then, like, explain and, like, try to prove that they were, so these are all the minigame people just hanging out in here. That's kind of cool. Except for Jeremy, I guess. You know, and I've seen this happen so many times with so many different people. Streamers, YouTubers, whatever. Nima's going to town on a bone. That's why you're hearing crunching sounds. That's not my mic. And with the people that I watch that I'm a regular viewer of, I get really, really frustrated. And not in the way that you might think. You might think I get frustrated because I can tell when they're being sarcastic and the people who don't watch often enough can't tell. No. I get frustrated in the other way because I can see every single time, like I can basically predict. It's like, okay, he's probably being sarcastic here, but he's not doing a good job of conveying that he's being sarcastic. Those are cries of joy. He's very excited that he's finally in his bouncer. Wait, no! Oh man, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted him to have both. Oh well. It only cost me a little bit. And I get so frustrated because they think they're doing a good job of like conveying that they're being sarcastic, you know, because they're like saying something that they think is funny. And oh, this is such an outlandish thing to say that it's so obvious that they're being sarcastic, but it's not. It's not, because they're like in their bubble of like, you know, the other people that they make content with that might be like there with them in the space, if it's like a show or a podcast, or if it's just one person like a streamer, you know, they don't see the chat's reaction immediately, and then, you know, somebody clips it later on or whatever. And I get so annoyed with it because people aren't doing a good job of conveying when they're being sarcastic. And I don't even think that people are doing this nefariously to like protect themselves. Like, you know, sometimes people will say like really, really outlandish or potentially problematic things, and then when they're confronted about them, they'll be like, oh, I was just kidding, you know, and they'll use that as like a reflexive defense. I don't think these people that are failing to convey their sarcasm are doing that. I'm sure there are people that are doing that, but the ones that I'm seeing are just like incompetently using sarcasm. And a lot of them seem to assert or attest, or however you want to say this. They seem to want to say, well, if I make it super obvious that I'm being sarcastic, then it's not as funny, right? Like it's not as authentic, and like the humor gets all sucked out of it because it's like you're explaining the joke, right? But the problem with that is they're assuming that their entire audience is like intellectuals, you know. So you have to know your audience, and if like you're some person who's like a public figure that has like millions of people in your audience, like you just have to bite that bullet. You just have to go out of your way and assume that people are being sarcastic. Yes, or exactly like Cheaty is saying, yeah, using a kappa as a band-aid. And I have kappa as a banned term because I hate kappa. But you're totally fine, Cheaty. I like you. And you're using it constructively here. So I'm gonna let it through. But yes, people use it nefariously all the time. Yeah, I don't like that emote either because it's used nefariously. But it's interesting though, because the way that emote is intended to be used is not necessarily a bad idea. And all these people need something like that. You know? Like these streamers and YouTubers or podcasters or whatever who are constantly getting called on saying stuff that people take seriously, and they are being sarcastic and they think that it's so obvious, but it's not. They need like a button that they can press so that like something shows on the screen that's like, this is a sarcastic statement, you know? Because we're talking about people who like are getting into like legal disputes and like, you know, drama and tea and like all these things that happen with these like really large streamers and creators that people just are obsessive over and want to sniff out and find, even if it's not there. Like, I don't know, man, if that was me, I would be covering all of my bases I know how to go out of my way to express my verbal intent, you know, and make sure that everybody that I'm speaking to 100% understands what I'm trying to get at. And if I'm being sarcastic, you know, if I was talking to 5 million people and I needed them to know that I was being sarcastic, I guarantee you they're gonna know that I'm being sarcastic. And I wouldn't be sarcastic while saying some like edgy, potentially problematic or offensive thing either. Like it's weird how that always kind of seems to be the problem. Like you weren't being sarcastic about saying something innocuous, otherwise nobody would have tried to take you to task for it. Anyways, that just made me think of that Halo Killer because that's been on my mind. It seems to be a big problem in the creator space, properly conveying sarcasm. A lot of people don't seem to understand how to do it. Okay, so we can now strengthen our weapons up to level 16. We're currently at level 10 with everybody, which has been great. I have enough to upgrade everybody, so I'm gonna do that. We're gonna go up to 11, like Spinal Tap, and I'm doing great, Cheaty. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well also. So these upgrades are getting really expensive. 35,000 to go up to level 12. Oh, we can make diamond helms. That's surprising. Surely this costs money and not just materials. Okay, it doesn't. It's free. Wow. Okay, so that's pretty massive. I know that that's a good piece of equipment based on what we saw in Obel, so that was a rare chance. I have no idea where I got 2 diamonds from. So this would be a good system to save you money. Grinding out these materials to get free armor and save your money for weapon upgrades. What kind of rune pieces do I have? Lightning, wind, and earth. We've been giving specific elements to specific characters. So we can give the earth ones to Kate. Next rune factory is going to be a spin-off. Heavy combat. Interesting. I always love the idea of rune factory, but I've never actually played one like an honest amount. I thought about going for the one, whichever the first one on 3DS was. I think it was 3? It's either 3 or 4. I thought about going for that because I was like playing a lot of 3DS at the time. But Fantasy Life was around the same time, and that's just like my game, so. Yeah? That was a fun sound. He's getting so much more vocal. For the longest time, he would only make sounds if he was sad, but now he's starting to get to the point where he's like making sounds when he's happy, which is kind of fun. But I also have to like get used to it. I guess I will give all of these lightning rune pieces to him now that we've given him a lightning rune. I don't see any reason not to. Sucks I can only do this one at a time. We gotta mash for a second. The world still kind of looks like a PS3 game. That wouldn't bother me at all. I don't care. 4 was the first 3DS one. Now it's on Switch. That's right. And the Switch version is the way to play it. Gotcha. Okay, we got all of those on. Mizuki is water. And Laszlo is supposed to be fire. But we've never found a fire one. I guess we could also give Kate Earth because she has... Or Wind because she also has Wind rune, but I don't know. So we're going to need to grind some money if we want to get our weapons up. Because we're probably not going to be able to grind materials for armor, which means we're going to have to just buy all of our armor old-fashioned. And armor is very expensive too. So yeah, we have this diamond helm for 12,000. Luckily, we were able to make one for free. But we need another one. What else we got going on here? Let's see. Knight armor, but not with a K. Night like the opposite of day. Gold mail. Silk robe. Wow, that's good. They have lower defense than the guys, so I kind of want to prioritize this. I can afford both of those. Oh, and there's also diamond mail. That thing that we got for Laszlo, though, is still cooking. That's great. Diamond has got to be one of the highest levels of equipment normally obtainable in this game. I would have to imagine, just based on the name. Gold boots work for everybody. Diamond boots are boys only, which is funny. Okay, so yeah, we got some money to grind, which is pretty easy to do in this game. So let's buy 2 of these silk robes for now. And we'll call it good there for now, because we're out of money. But we know that we want to come back and get more. Okay. We need a third accessory for them. Interesting. Okay. That's the lottery shop. Okay, so now I'm just going to take a quick little lap around the ship. We have a lot of new recruits. I'm hoping we can find somebody that will take the books that we found. We have some other random, like, furniture items and other collectible items in our inventory that I'd like to dump off onto their respective characters that want them. Luckily, we have a compartmentalized inventory, and it's not that big of a deal. Which, by the way, those are 2 reasons we haven't talked about why I like this game so much better than 1 and 2. The inventory not being absurdly limited. You know, if you find like a collectible, like an old book or something like that, you have to hold on to it and go dump it off at the... Oh, Setsu's in here. So we still don't have a Bath character. We gotta find our Bath character. You know, you gotta go dump that off at your base when you have time. Or, you know, make time for that so that you can carry more potions or whatever. I think that's really novel in some games. I think it works in some games. I didn't feel like it worked in Suikoden 1 and 2. It was just annoying. I think in games like Dragon Quest or Earthbound, I think it works. Because those games don't have a bunch of, like, collectibles that you are interested in, but they don't have any type of, like, actual use, you know? Whereas the ones in this game, there's a ton of collectibles that you kind of want, but they're not useful at all. Oh, okay, Carrie sells medicine. I don't think this is cheaper than normal. But it might be. Frontier on the Wii, that's right. I remember Frontier and Tides of Destiny. I've never played them, and I don't remember hearing anything about them, but I remember them kind of like being on my radar. Gary and Emma. Just a couple of regular people living on our ship. Gotta love it. Dario Nalio. Empty room. I don't trust anything that says empty room. Because there's been a couple instances where empty room just means room that has not reached its final form. But there's still, like, a person in it. Oh yeah, we should talk to Deborah. Deborah helps us recruit more characters, and we've recruited so many. She might give us a different hint. I can see a woman investigating the Cray Trading Company. Maybe it'd be good to talk to her. Could be an equipment shop somewhere. That's all I can see right now. Oh. Okay, I like this clue. Look for a girl running an equipment shop. It could be an equipment shop in a town that we haven't been to yet. But that still narrows it down quite a bit. That's a really good hint. Does she say the same thing again? Yeah. So the last time we talked to her, she told us about like a message in a bottle or whatever. And we actually ended up finding that character on a lucky whim. But I forgot to come talk to Deborah again after that to get a new hint. So that's our next one. But she gets stuck on whatever hint until you find that character. Not sure how it's coded into the game to cycle through the clues. And if it has any bearing on when you're actually able to recruit the characters. Am I on the wrong side of the confession booth? I know we got this character. It's so ominous how the music stops in there. Yeah, here he is. Oh, this guy. Oh, he wants us to come in here alone. Interesting. Okay, we'll have to try that at some point. Try confession booth alone. We will try that. It could be like the, oh, here's the library. Okay, maybe we can dump off some books finally. I think we just don't have the right character in here. Oh, it's Tanya! You have the old book, don't you? I can tell by the smell. Will you let me take a look at it? 3, 4, 7, 9. Finally. Okay, we haven't been able to read any of these yet. So it looks like there's 10 old books to find, based on this being number 9. I'm gonna save these for the next time. I'm just gonna leave myself another note here. Read old books in ship library. We don't have enough time for this today. We're about to wrap up, so we'll start with that next time. Before I forget and start wrapping up, actually, I wanted to tell y'all that are here right now. I'm gonna start adding... See, it seems like this would be the guy that would discern the treasure maps. I want the treasure map character. I want to start adding more stream days. I have said before that, you know, now that I'm not working and I'm home every day with Backlog Baby, that's something that I want to work towards. Especially, you know, until he gets to, like, school age. Which will be a while. And I feel like I'm ready to start experimenting with that. Like, I've been doing, you know, I've been at home enough weeks now with the lady back to work to be able to, like, experiment with things and get into a pattern. It's been really nice. He's getting better at it as well. So, I think the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to start adding a Thursday stream. And the Thursday stream would basically be another Friday stream. So it would be playing our current RPG twice in a row, 2 days in a row. Wow, we have 4 ships now. This is so cool. And we have 1 ocean rune piece to use. But I don't know what to use it on. We've given the ship 2, but we haven't actually used it. Change shooting distance, change mobility, change armoring. I feel like we want to save up the 5 for the shooting distance on this. Our mobility is pretty good. Armor has not been a problem at all. because we're killing everything so fast with our powerful mages. But I think it makes sense to just put everything into the one. There must be a way to, like, farm these rune pieces, because with 4 different ships to put points into and 3 different categories each, there must be way more rune pieces out there. There's no way we're just getting those, like, piecemeal from story stuff. So here's Phil. Phil makes clothing. This looks like different stuff than what the armorer has. So this is pretty wild. A lot of this stuff is probably really good. A lot of it seems to be part of sets. I don't think we've ever completed a set, but I assume that they are they have set bonuses. We almost have enough stuff to make a silk set. But yeah, that's pretty a little bit overwhelming. It would be even more overwhelming if there was like an aesthetic difference. All right, that's the accessory shop. Is Colton back here? I want to talk to Colton. He doesn't say anything. Okay, so that was a pretty productive lap around the ship. The only thing we haven't found... Oh, hold on. Sir Laszlo, I've heard that in Middleport, there's an atelier for a sorcerer named Warlock. This Warlock person is so incredible, they say rune cannons would never have come into existence without him. Let me give you an idea of just how great he is. First, he found a way to put a rune's power in a rune shell. Oh, pardon me. When I start talking about rune cannons, I just can't stop. So what I wanted to say is, if we're ever in Middleport, I thought we might get him to join us, though by now he might be quite elderly. Also, the atelier apparently has some sort of trap, where we're supposed to choose the wrong way or something. Oh. Okay, this sounds like a proper side quest, which has almost never been a thing in these games. I'm gonna write this in my regular notes and not my character sheet. Rune Master Warlock and his atelier in Middleport. Choose the wrong way. It's another thing we can check out next time. I love having lots of stuff to look at next stream prepared. We haven't even figured out or looked at what our next story beat is. But we've got a bunch of side stuff to look at. So these folks run a bath, so we must need one other character to get them to build a bath on the ship. We even went back for their we went back for their master boss person and recruited them as well. But that didn't do it either. Yeah, and all these accessories too. Man, there's a lot of equipment in this game. It's interesting that they both have the same inventory. I guess there's a chance that you might only recruit one of them. So that's actually kind of nice that they did it that way. It's just funny that they're both here in the same shop with separate text trees, but the same inventory. Okay. We still haven't checked the upper floors above our room. So let's go up top really quick. Oh, hello, Rachel. I wonder if he's working like he's supposed to. She does not trust Cedric. Hello, Mr. Laszlo. All right. Lino's room. Tactician's room. Sorry that you have to room with your dad, Flair. You seem perfectly capable of having your own space. No, I don't need to play Battleship with you, Eleanor, but thank you for offering. Comment box? Got a couple. Wait, is Breck a character that we have? I don't recognize that name. He gets pretty wild when he's pissed off. Unlike me, he's no gentleman, just letting you know. Breck. Did we recruit them together? Okay, yeah, we do have him. He was one of those ones where we met them and immediately recruited him. Oh, Wendell's a guy. I didn't even realize Wendell was a guy. Okay. Rachel's a bounty hunter. Alright. Let's go up topside. Oh, this is my room. I just want to make sure I've talked to every character, so we don't have to do this again next week. I really want to find out who can interpret treasure maps. I feel like we should have that character by now. Yo, what's up, RJ? How you doing, dude? Nice to see you. Yeah, you're good in sea battles, whatever. There's Breck. Boy, he's a looker, isn't he? Okay, onto the deck. There's a couple of peeps out here. Oh, a scene. Is this the story trigger? Oh, it is the story trigger. Well, this was unexpected. We are very fortunate to have stumbled upon this. I don't know how the game would have pointed me towards this.
Mr. Ramada's.
Okay, so that's who he gave the map to, was the bird. Boy, it's taken them a while to put this together. He's a tired birdie. Aw. Possibly a dead birdie.
Mr. Ramada.
They like assume that because the bird died that he also died? Okay. How do I get that map? None of these folks are, like, standing around waiting to trigger a scene. They're just all standing around. Okay. Who's over here? Where's Nico? Boy, Helmut is a real socialite, huh? Oh, Nico's up here. With Wendell. Alright. I don't know who's gonna interpret these maps. That's what I want to figure out. That's the only thing that I'm hungry for. Is how to get these treasure maps going, because I'd love to find some new locations and have different spots to warp around to and possibly shop at, and naturally that's going to lead us towards more recruits, blah blah blah. But this is where we're going to call it for today. Let me take a sleepy sleep in my room. Oh, that's not my room. Of course, GD. Love doing it. I don't know if I'm going to do a Thursday stream next week as a test. But at some point, probably either next week or the week after, I'm going to try introducing a Thursday stream as a way to work towards adding more days. And it will just be a second day of RPG. I think that makes a lot of sense. Just trying to get through our RPGs at a little bit better of a clip, you know? Just add a second day. I don't like the idea of juggling 3 games at once. Ahead and above and beyond 2. 2 at once is enough. So, let's see. Let me find somebody to raid. Holy notifications, Batman. Hang on, everybody. We'll see to you shortly. Who do we want to go see? Let's see here. Tough call, actually. A lot of people on that I don't normally get to see. A lot of cozy friend raids. Oh, let's do this. Let's raid Carp. Carp has been playing Memory Carp. You should all be following Memory Carp. Great dude. Great vibes. He's been playing a lot of games that I can't watch for spoiler reasons. And I miss hanging out in his streams. And he's currently playing something that I can watch. So we're going to go over there. He's playing Silent Hill 3. I don't care about spoilers for Silent Hill 3. If you do, be forewarned. But that's where we're going to go. Let me go over here. And then I'm going to hit the button. Thank you all so much for being here. I will be back on Tuesday with more Pikmin 1. I think there's a chance that we could beat it. So that's exciting. If so, I may go ahead and put up the poll for the next Tuesday game. Yo, Nursed! We're heading out, but it's great to see you. Feel free to hang along with the raid for a bit if you can. I'll be over in Carp's chat.
Let's get it.
Oh, we're getting wide during the exit. This is wild. This has never happened before. Get wide with me. I'll be back on possibly Thursday with more Suikoden, but definitely Friday. I'm going to be yapping at y'all about the charity stuff we're doing first week of February. Check out the Discord if you missed that. I've got an announcement in there. Feel free to ask me questions at any time. That's all I got for you. Stay well until the next thing. Let's go say hi to Carp.